Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Good everyone. Welcome. That going. There we go. Whew. It's warm. How is everyone? I want to thank Derek for the gifted memberships, Shrimp Father for the gifted memberships, Stuart for the gifted memberships, and Rod, thanks for being a member. 38 months. It does go by quick. Hey, Armor Turtle. Hey, Paul. Hey, Lord Getface. Hey, Steven and Jason. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Bill. Been moving around. Hey, Neil and Greenbeard. Toho's, member for 40 months. Wow. Hey, Etherling. Made me think of what year this is. Exactly. Let me put my phone away. Ooh, we're coming up. So someone mentioned, who's going to Bay Area Maker Faire? I'm not. I'm going to be at 3D Printopia. I do have AC, but when you move around, yeah, I run hot. I sweat like crazy. So I got to just kind of calm down. Hey, Thunderkeys. Hey, Kobe. Hey, Keith and Timor. Whew. Cliff. Just give me a moment. Here, we'll get, I got everything set up from yesterday. There we go, much better view. Am I going to Smurfy next year? Yes, I'm planning on it. Hey, Nathan. Hi, Raven. Ooh. So anyway, I'll be at 3D Printopia instead of Bay Area Maker Faire, even though Bay Area Maker Faire is much closer. There's a lot more people at 3D Printopia that I want to see. Not that I don't want to see people at Bay Area Maker Faire. It's just Bay Area Maker Faire ends up being a half a day or a one-day event for me. 3D Printopia is the full weekend. Hey, Jeremy. Glad to see that YouTube came to their senses for you. I don't know the full story of how it got put back, how you got back, but glad to see it. Whew. Yes, I can't wait. I can't wait for the weekend. This little period here now. So I spent all my efforts and energy getting ready for Orange County Maker Faire, which most of that effort is going to apply to Vice. I built a new stand, a travel stand for Phoenix. You can kind of see it in the corner of the screen here. That turned out fantastic. It works so well. We'll be transporting that in its new hexy gantry setup to Vice. So if you're there, you'll be able to see it. Oh, so who's going to be at 3D Printopia and who's going to be at Vice? Who's going to be at both? Who's going to be at Rockland Maker Faire? I'm going to be out there in a couple of weeks for just a few hours, just attending. Raj, thanks for being a member for a year. Okay, so today the plan is, and let me move things around here. Today the plan is to get Boxturtle finished off with the enclosure and setting up the filament brush. But this thing is a monster now. I mean, well, I gotta lower this. This is a little ridiculous. But this thing is super tall with the enclosure. I actually don't know where I'm gonna put it. I'm not super thrilled with the idea of putting the Boxturtle to the side because that just lengthens the filament path and increases print time, but so it's gonna sit there while we print. So I'll point a camera at it and we'll get stuff going. Vice, maybe Rockland Maker Faire, cool. 3D Printopia, cool. Won't be able to make either. We'll see you at Rocky Mountain next year, right, Steven? Ooh. Adult responsibilities. If I really wanted, maybe next year, yeah. So I'm sitting here roasting, and then I'm gonna continue to drink my coffee. It's not helping. Anyway, this is what we worked on last week or last stream. Need to add the poly dryer to make it taller. Yeah. I did a little revision remix on the mounts to mount it to the printer. I'm not happy with them. I didn't actually improve anything on those with my revision, so I am going to end up redoing those at some point, but they're serviceable right now. What we do need to work on today for this that I wanted to get to last stream. Shoot, I've got my camera all twisted around. Give me a moment. That guy right there. We need to set up the nozzle brush. Does this extra mass add or take away from input shaper? I don't know. I haven't ran it. More Printopies next year. I haven't committed yet, but either armor for Printopia. Cool. Oh. So we're going to get that nozzle brush set up and get a print going. While that print is going, then we will be looking at the Jabberwocky toolhead. I do not have any intention of installing the Jabberwocky toolhead today. We're going to talk about that more when we get to looking at it, but I have most or all of the prints done. So we'll be able to get to looking at it. Let me get these prints out of my pocket that I threw in from the other shop. Put them in my Jabberwocky parts bin there. More mass on top is better. I'm not convinced on a 2.4. We need an extension from a workshop if I mount that enclosure. Yeah. Need to get a ticket for Smurf. Oh, I need to get, we'll end up being a sponsor for Smurf, so I don't need a ticket, but I need to get travel plans arranged. I think April and I are going to make a vacation of it again. Hey, Killer Prince. So, Oscar is here. So today is a little different. I'm leaving the door open because Felix has decided that he's not a fan of coming in here in the morning. Oscar will come running. I say, okay, guys, let's go. And I walk out here and Oscar's right following behind me. Felix doesn't like it. I went to get him and he ran away from me, and he usually doesn't. So he's telling me I want to be on my own terms. So we're going to see how it goes, just leaving the door open and let them have their free reign. Anyway, Polymaker filament giveaway, links in the pin post or the description. Refresh your screen if you don't see the link in the description. I just put it in just a few minutes ago. I let the morning get away from me. So, hey Scott, hey Biney. Binny? Binny or Biney? Darn it, I forgot. Anyway, what we want to do. We went over the assembly. I do what I want. That's one of our kids. Let's go. That's not what I want. Oh shoot, I never did that. Here, let's go here first. Let me get. Hope that doesn't cause a problem. It's going to cause a problem. I'll have to take 5 minutes or 2 minutes. It's Benny. Thanks, Killer Prince. I appreciate the help there. I really do. Let me clean up some of my tabs here. We worked on the Magneto X yesterday on the member stream. I've got a skew, and I think it's due to the shipping. It took a hit in shipping. I think we improved it, but then I ran into some significant problems with updating the software that I've got to message into PO Polyon. So I will work on that later, but let me close all these windows. And we're gonna go out to the Boxturtle, Armored Turtle. Okay, Armored Turtle documentation. Hey, Tintelin. mess me up with Vinny now because you're always said it in a certain way now when I always say it wrong. I got clarification on how to say it, and I don't remember if it's Benny or Biney. I think it's Benny. I think it's Benny. Does America just kick your parcels to your houses? Basically. Oh, it's still hot. AC is going. And it's not that hot out there. It's 73 right now. Okay, so if we go to the assembly manual. We did the enclosure and we did the armored turtle brush. Now I made a couple of modifications to this. But there was a whole, that's, no. You don't need anything out of there, out of the trash. Oh. Okay. So we assembled this, but the next thing we need to do, so we did all this. What we need to do is set it up. So I think, let's go to software documentation. Hey, John. Yeah, everybody hit that like button. Who do we got? 135 people, only 36 people have liked. Okay, so the AFC Clipper add-on. I think there have been some updates since we worked on this. So I want to update all the software first, and then we will go through and set up the brush. So the idea is we're going to go through, we're going to set up that brush, we're going to update the software, and then we are going to start a print with the brush included in the process. So, hey Jimmy. AFC app, okay, installation, so it's all installed, so we're going to updating. So we're going to update the AFC Clipper add-on. Thanks, Scott. Let me get power going to this thing. I think I'm going to need to daisy chain. Don't tell the fire marshal. We're daisy chaining power strips. Gotta be able to reach over here. Go. There. Here and on. I know, a fan turned on. Oscar is very skittish. Anything he doesn't know, he's like, what was that? Okay, let's see, when that comes up, let's close all these other windows I don't need. There we go. Try again. Are you up? Working on it. There we go. Turtle is on. He is a scaredy cat. I think he would, Tuxedo. Hey, Jeremy. Let's see where we're at in the updates. So I took this printer to Orange County Maker Faire, but in the hustle and bustle of talking to people and getting everything else printing, I didn't get it doing any prints. We had Phoenix printing, made a big vase, gave it away to someone who was super happy to get it. Currently reprinting my Micron. PET CF shrunk during a Neo more than I expected. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, this is here. What do we got? Oh, we are 12 to 13. I wonder if we should just do the full hit the update button. Here, let's do a 2-minute poll. We haven't done a poll in a long time. Start a poll. Hit the update button. Let's start the poll. We're going to let this run for 5 minutes. 5-minute poll. Where it ends, we will follow whatever this is at 10:25. Hey, Ethan. I mean, not Steve. So my caveat here, we will hit the update button. We will only update MCUs if it tells us we need to. AFC add-on should be updated from the command line interface. Well, I won't update that one then. We're gonna, before I do that, so while that poll is going, let's see what the process of updating the AFC add-on. Yep. So updating, simple. If your AFC add-on is less than 1.0.2, any version prior to June 15th, you should run a git pull before running install. This is not necessary if your AFC add-on is what are we at? 1.0.26. 1.0.26. So we are good there. Should go for Calico, just make it extra hard. We have Holtz here. Hey, Holtz. Run the install script and then select update. Yes, people. I get it. What are we on the distribution? Are we still on Bookworm? We're on Bookworm. Is that the latest? We have made changes to the FC provided macros. So Thunder keys or the Thunder keys. I should not hit this update button here. Clipper is in the midst of refactoring toolhead motion stuff. Not advisable to update unless you have a specific reason. Going to Clipper 13 will bork your MCU version. Do not hit the update button there. Okay. Why is this here then? Is this a remnant from? So we added it to the Moonraker configuration. Where was that? Go. Probably need a specific commit on Clipper. What? So all of these caveats here that we're talking about, why aren't they here? Why aren't they here? We need those caveats here. I'm going, as a user, I'm going to the Update AFC Clipper add-on page. I think we need some caveats here. We have other warnings and notes, but if it's that important, we need them here. Is there anything there? No. Going to Clipper 190 is safe before they started doing the refactoring. I'm not gonna pick another branch. I'm either going to the latest or we're not updating. Let's save and restart. Let's just get rid of that since that's we don't want to update AFC from the main cell interface. So let's go in here and see what else we have. So motion system refactoring, that's all a bad idea to update. Everybody's saying yes, hit the update button, but I'm not gonna do it if we're getting as subject matter expert opinion to not. Unless you're on Calico. I'm not on Calico though. We have seen an increase in timer too close error in the most recent commits. I've also broke Shaken Tune lately. How long have been run? Are you saying we're not experts? So that you missed 2 words there, Neil. Subject matter experts. So you may very well be an expert in different subject matter. Okay, we will just update. We want a successful print. I don't want to sit here and dwell on making this print. So this is an indication of, and a good reminder to check. Why are you updating? Don't just hit the update button to hit the update button. Okay? So, so I'm going to roll back and I'm going to override the poll because at least a couple of you are wanting to take back your vote. I'm guessing, I don't know how many people voted. 81 votes. So probably enough of you have changed your mind that it swing the other way. And that's what I'm going to assume. So we will go ahead. It is past the time. So let's end the poll. And let's just do the instructions as they are here. Dude, was that necessary? He's sitting here casually laying. You can see him there in the corner kind of. And he's just kind of putting his arm out and knocking things off the Phoenix stand. Okay, so things change. Let's go and we're gonna follow this. So we're gonna go open a window. U2 green.local. Wish we could have it listed there, but disable the update button. Oh, the version? Yeah, I agree, Thunder Keys. It's nice to know what version you're at. Hey, Norgarat. He is a cat. Camera's on him. It's gone. Okay, password. So we need to go into the AFC Clipper add-on folder and run the install. Now we already checked. We looked at the note. We're over the version where you need to do a git pull. You don't need to do a git pull, so we can just do the... No, that's my sunglasses. That's not a chew toy. No, Rod, thanks for becoming a member. Your cat's explored in magnets. I feel like that could either be interesting or a non-event for curious kitties. I would be concerned with them swallowing any. Just like a kid. Not to update from Moonraker, we just need to add it to the docs page. Ah, okay. Well, I'll argue that people are going to go to this page. You want people to use the docs. Is there a release notes link here? Is there a release notes link here? Release notes link would be really cool here. Renewing them. Yeah, I figured. A release notes link would be cool here. Am I missing? View the source, edit the page. Yeah. Thank you, Thunder Keys. Here, this, oh, there we go. We started, we ran that, this installation script will install, update the FC Clipper extension. Price on installation detected true. What would also be nice in here is if the version Because that would be another way. You don't get it in main cell if you don't have the update thing, but maybe list the current version here would be nice. Listing a current version here will help people be able to utilize this note. Okay, so we are going to, let's see, what do we say? And select the update AFC Clipper add-on option. This will only appear if the system detects that the AFC Clipper add-on is already installed. Once it's done, select the update. This will update the add-on. Okay. So, whoop, and then we're gonna update. Which main cell memory record give us more options here? It's a balance. Do you want to update the AFC provided macros? Yes. Please confirm you want to update these macros. Well, I said yes. Updating macros will override any custom changes you have made to these macros. This includes the brush, cut, kick, park, poop macros. I haven't done any updates to these. I'm using all default. Yep. If you updated them, be aware that it will overwrite them if you choose that. Macros updated successfully with version 1031. Okay. Now, I want to see what else was there available here. What is some of these other options? What's in additional system? This menu allows you to add additional unit types that should not be used for your first unit. Adding additional unit. Okay, we don't care. Let's quit. Okay, it's up. It's rebooting. I can hear it. It did a reboot. Everything's good. So now I want to come back over here. So how did that update this panel as well? Thunder keys? Is there a separate update I need to do for this, for main sale? Well, my Tridex is on latest clipper without issue, but your mileage may vary. Negative. Negative as in it didn't update it, or negative is I don't have to do anything. What was that for? Main cell integration hasn't changed publicly yet, but it's much closer to being merged upstream. Are there any updates for me to do to this? Are there any updates for me to do to the main cell integration? I can give you an update. Okay. Is it available to anybody? Even if manually installed? Let me start up. Okay, let me update. Discord. Discord does this thing where it'll maximize and then not let me close or do anything. And yeah, Sniper, you're able to do git and merge in specific pull requests and compile it. Yes. But it's not something we are releasing a binary distribution of. Okay. We on main cell developers just provide that in a regular release. Got it. So do I need to update this? Is it something that I'm missing? Functionality that I need? There we go. Discord's back to normal. Any update for fluid integration, or is that a maybe eventually thing? Checking with the hive mind. Okay. We are going to get filament loaded then. Let's do that. Let's see how this goes. Oh boy. Zoom out. There we go. So my intent is to print the Polymaker chips. Figure I can add as many as I think we can get finished in a reasonable amount of time. So I brought filament out to do that. One problem is that I forgot to move all of my Prusa Slicer profiles over, and I deleted them all from the computer here. So I need 2 minutes. Oh, but first of all, we got to do this. Look at this guy. Happy kitty. Yes. Chew on my finger. I need 2 minutes to go copy those. It will be really quick. So I'm gonna go here. He's not gonna stay here, but we're gonna Okay, sorry about that. Let's get caught up. Only changes to the main cell integration other than visually is it clicking the X button and error clears it from the error queue. Otherwise, you'll have to run AFC clear message in console. Okay. Profiles don't live on a shared drive with editor option. I know. I need the problem is my shared drive, I guess, is spinning disks, so there's a delay every time you access it. So I don't know how that's going to impact that. Anyway, let's see what ThunderKeys sent me. Clipper screen add-on is also something you can update. Same process as the AFC add-on. Update is installer script. Let's go look at that. Okay, so there is a Clipper screen add-on. Screen add-on, and then we are /install. Okay, so we're updating the Clipper screen add-on. Hey, Dave. Okay, so that should be updated. So let's see. I threw all my slicer settings over in a folder, and let me bring up a slicer window. I know there's better ways to do this. What? Oh. Okay, so under roaming, Prusa slicer, and then I deleted all the stuff here. So let me just copy all of the profiles from the other computer. This was just easier to just throw it there. We got physical printers. Oh. Paste this over here. And print settings. I cleared out so many of my old deprecated stuff. That's why I wanted to do this, is any things I'm not using, I deleted. And printer. That should be good enough. So now let's start up Prusa Slicer. Okay. So let's see, do I still have? So we have a V2 green, that is that, and a Boxturtle profile. And then, did I create a new, I think I was just using my regular, no, Boxturtle ABS KVP. That's basically what most of the filaments I grabbed are KVP. So I'm just gonna throw all of these in here. Andrew, thanks for the super chat. Oh, did I miss the Council of Andrew's super chats? For the Feed the Kitties in 1 week to Printopia funds. Thank you. I did miss that. Volunteer project. Key point there, ThunderKeys. I do appreciate that. That's why I make suggestions. They are just suggestions. I mean, people use things less and less when suggestions aren't at least listened to, improvements aren't made, but I think the Boxturtle group has done a pretty good job of taking feedback and doing something. we're going to talk about that a little bit more later. Okay, so we have this, and let me grab my, I think I have it under, nope, not GitHub. I want to go to projects, maybe it's print files. Where did I put that? Maybe it's projects. Maker chip, Voron, here we are. So let's grab the Voron maker chip. And contains several objects. We do want that. Here is our maker chip, which, oh, that's not what I want. I don't want that. I want to add the step file. We're gonna go from the beginning. Maker chip Voron step. There's a Voron 2. I don't know what that is. High quality. Okay. Thomas. Do we have 3 Thomases? Do we have a Thomas triglomerate? Hey, Bob. How are you? Let's see where we're at. We want the logo down. Okay. So I just click on the logo over here so I know which side is down. I'm going to move this down. There we are. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I hit the wrong keyboard. I want this. So I am going to, I think I want, what was it? I want the first thing to print be the black. So we're going to go black here. But because black is kind of hard to see, I always make black like a really dark gray in the slicer here. More than one of us, it's in the name already. Yes, Moss. And then the next color to print is going to be the red. And then we will go to silver or white. Let's go silver and then white and see where we got. So we want the chip itself, I think, to be black, the perimeter to be silver, and then the spokes, here, let's do this. These are white, I think, is what I set. And the logo is red, of course. And then the QR code is black. And the background is white. And then the QR border is red. There we go. So now we have a Voron maker chip, which I modeled. I think it could be tweaked, but hey, Tim, welcome. Let's rotate this around just so it's correct side up. Okay, so we got that. We're gonna probably do, let's do 4 of those, huh? That seems like a reasonable amount of time. But the big thing I wanted to see, oops, what in the world? I keep hitting the wrong, well, I guess that was fine. The big thing I wanted to see was making sure that my order of filaments seemed reasonable. So, also this is a vast discussion on the perils of updating beyond YouTube chat. It's way beyond Boxturtle. Yes, yes. I do tend towards hitting the update button just because I don't have to rely on most of my printers and it's a learning experience. But I get the idea you shouldn't update unless you need to. Okay, so I had started, we're gonna do black first. So most of these filaments are KVP, except for the black is a, is a Greengate black ABS that was given to me at Murph to provide feedback on. I will be chatting with them. I don't have any negative feedback. It printed fine. I printed all the parts to redo my friend's Hypercube Evolution, all my old modified parts. I printed those in it and they turned out just fine. It seemed to work really well. Okay, so we're gonna set that there. I'm gonna move these back. Oops. I'm gonna move the little things back one. There we go. Go until that grabs. After 20 years, we're going to finish a hypercube. No, my friend has already finished. He uses his. Mine isn't ever going to be finished. We've actually talked about taking the parts and doing an inertia cube because it's very similar. Let's put safe for animals. That's a good question. Backup update, it doesn't work, new install. Good points, there's always more problems than time to fix them. Okay, so in the next color. Until that touches. And then we did silver. So this silver is not really silver. It's a KVP filament that I really need to use up. So it's a light metallic gray or something like that. The Vivo. Well, the big thing there, Kiloprince, is using the rods because the Hypercube Evolution is lots of rods. So the idea would be to continue to use the rods. Why are you not? Uh-oh. Oh, there it goes. I'm gonna have to tweak that sensor, apparently. And the last one. I want to reprint my Boxturtle parts and my Voron parts. Now that I have started the Jabberwocky, I want to match Jabberwocky's colors. Okay, last one. Got some KVP white here. Oh, that one is not clean on the end. Okay. Thing is loaded. Close that up. Now we need to go and set up this brush. Where is, okay, all of this is good. Close this. You ever tune all these filaments, or you just tune to a generic ABS and then send it? I tend to tune mostly to brand because that's where the biggest variation is. But some colors within a brand need their own tune. So yeah, just depends on what the results are. I usually try to do small first prints in a project and then adjust from there. If they turn out great, then I send it for the rest. Hey, Nick. Okay. Which colors do you usually notice flow weird? Silvers, whites, grays. Where is, get some AFC, not AFC accessories. Where is the initial startup? Macro variables, is this the one? Load sequence if toolhead is loaded. Maybe we go over here and look at the macros. Are they under AFC? Here we are. Oops, I'm not showing. So in the screen here, and where do we go? is there a, here, this is, yeah, this is what we want. Macro variables, this macro variables, I think. Is this right? Under initial startup, macro variables. Let's see, part, cut, poop, kick, wipe brush. The wipe brush macro is enabled or disabled by setting the wipe variable in AFC config. So that's not where we want. We want AFC config. So we are going to set the wipe variable. This is prompted for during the installation script. You can change it anytime and do a firmware restart to enact the change. Can I start up a startup script? Should I be doing this or should I do the startup script? Brush location for the center of the brush. If you don't want a Z move, set the coordinate to -1. Okay, so we are going to need to, first of all, we need to close this, and I need this thing to start heating up so I can home and QGL so we can get some location. So let's just get some stuff going before that warms up too much. Let me clean the bed. Okay, clean the bed and let things warm up. Now while that's warming up, let's look at this a little more. So wipe variable in AFC config. So if we go to machine and AFC config, we should have a wipe variable. Move speed, all this stuff. Default material temps. What was the cost of building the entire printer? What printer? Macro config, here we are. So macro order of operation, load filament, we don't poop, wipe. So wipe settings, so we go true here. By the way, the release notes are linked from latest release heading on the top of every page in the docs site. Okay. And we're not doing tip forming. So we've set true now on the wipe, and we're going to need to set the location. Where is that set? AFC form tip. This is under AFC brush, which I probably need to. So let's save this. I don't think I downloaded that. That is set in AFC macro vars, as the doc site tells me. Oh yeah, there we are. Adjust the following macro variables in AFC macro vars for the brush macro, if enabled for your specific printer. So I had to enable it in AFC config. Now we're gonna adjust it in AFC macro vars. So cut tip vars, poop vars, kick vars, brush vars. Here we are. So brush macro configuration, and there's some notes here. So we'll do that when we get to the point where we can home this thing. passes to make on the brush. Is there anything besides just location stuff I should change here? Thunder keys. Warming up. I just do location. Okay. Cool. Well, let's see. So, don't know what we're gonna have to do there. So let's close that. Let's look at this. Where is this at? We're gonna give this a few minutes to warm up. So are there any, like here, let's go macros, AFC macros. Is there a recommended start G-code or print start macro? So Kiloprints, I sent an email just like 2 days ago. Good timing on your question. I sent an email just like 2 days ago, but I haven't received a response. With the caveat that, my email is borked right now. Some emails I send out are coming back with an undeliverable because Squarespace sucks. And I hate Google for selling Google domains to Squarespace. And they did not transfer the DKIM DNS entries correctly. So I've had this twice now where emails I send either come back undeliverable or I don't think get delivered. It's really business breaking and very frustrating. If anybody is familiar with that problem and how to fix it, let me know, but they haven't responded to my help ticket yet, which is another problem. I need to just change domain providers. That's not fun, so I don't want to do it. Squarespace absolutely sucks. Hate it. I should not have had to worry about whether my email would be delivered when they bought the domain. I lost track. That my frustration made me lose my spot. Where was I? I was going to... We're gonna let this warm up. It's probably warmed up enough to get things. Not fun, so I haven't done it. Okay, let's just go ahead and home. Let's make sure everything looks good. What do we got there? Let's go. There we go. Let's home all. Fairy pen, one of the reasons I manage all myself is no one makes me happy. Okay, I got a little bit of a problem. As this thing heated up, where is that screwdriver? As this heated up, the brush in the back doesn't reach, or it bound up. Where is, I just had it. Where is the green handled screwdriver? Where did it go? I'm going mad. Guess I'll try a straight. Wow, that moved a lot. That moved a whole lot. Holy moly. I don't know if I'm going to be able to reach that very effectively. We'll see. Okay. Is it like the fun mad, like the... No, not at all. Not even a little bit. Yeah, thermal expansion is real. It came from just clearing to severely interfering. Okay, let's go to QGL. Okay. Why are you... Lots of retries there. Hey, Pedro. Retry there. So this printer has traveled in a very, holy moly, that was way off. In a very bouncy trailer to Orange County Maker Faire and back. And this is the first time it's actually turning on and running, so. No, I'm not hitting the bed extrusion. Also, it looks like it was severely off enough on the QGL that's why it was binding up on the bed. I've got a solid 2 or 3 millimeters of clearance now. I'll have to move that back out, otherwise I won't be able to actually hit the nozzle with it. Yeah, it's not hitting the bed extrusion. It's fine there. We've got quite a bit of space. I think it was just so far out is what the problem was. I designed some gantry mounts. Would you like to take a look then, see if you approve? Sure. I did put a trailer, put the printers through shock and vibration testing, yes. I did put a piece of foam underneath on this printer because I knew that the gantry sagged pretty severely. Yeah, I need to set it up to do the first, the rough and then the fine passes. I probably need to go through this whole printer for vibration impacts. There we go. Okay, with it right there, let's move this thing back out a bit, because I'm not going to be able to do anything, reach much of that brush. Let's go there. And that's just where it goes. Okay. Go. Probably been asked, but what size is a 2.4? This is a 250. This is a 250. Okay, brush location. So let's go. We want to know where the center of the brush is. So let's go G0X50, Y200, just to see about where we are. And let's go X40, move it over. Let's see if I can get a little better view here of what I'm trying to do. It doesn't really give you all that great of a view. And then Y plus 10. Let's see where we're ending up. Okay, the whole thing is a little high as far as the brush. So let's move this down a bit. Let's try that. We're getting close. Y plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, a bit. Where are we at in terms of coordinates? Hey, Gorecki. Hey, Jeff. Okay, we are not quite to the center yet. We're getting close. Okay. There's the center. So Y252, and that's really maybe X44. Yeah, Y252 X44. I never caught on why you wanted heat sets over nylon nuts. Nylon nuts like to spin in plastic parts. Yeah. And when you don't have a fully encapsulated hex nut, they like to spin even easier. So what I've done here is I have a heat set in there, but then the hole is deeper and it's like 2.9 millimeters. So the plastic, the ABS is acting like a nylon nut in mine. So it goes through the heat set insert and then threads into plastic. And I got that idea from Jared in the Galileo. He does that for the wire cover, and it works really well. But I have no play. It doesn't play around. It's exactly very, it doesn't vibrate. It doesn't, there's no play back and forth at all on it. Anyway, I want to see if I get another 2 millimeters of Y. No, I only get 1 millimeter of Y. Am I actually at the limit? I am. I don't think if I made that any, do I actually have any play? No. I'm at the actual end of travel there. The problem with Vorons and their efficient build area to print area, it's a good thing and a bad thing. The over travel is basically nil. So what is the settings we get to play with here? If we go to, see macro variables, and brush variables. So variable brush location, the position of the center of the brush. Can you fix that in Trident V2? It's on the list actually. So this was 44. This was 252. And we want Z of -1. We don't need a Z move because it's a 2-4, right? So the clean speed, brush width. What are these 30 millimeters wide? What are the width of these? This is the bamboo. How wide are these things? 30 seems reasonable. It's a little more, it's like 35. But we'll go 30, and the brush depth is, I only have like 2 millimeters is what I would have to set here, right? Brush along y-axis first, then X. Number of passes. So if I think I would have to leave this at like 2, if that's the only travel I have to get across there. I can probably move that brush another millimeter forward. So what if we go 251 and we make this 4? Let's save that. And let me shift this a little further forward. I think I've got a millimeter. I can move this. Without it. Yeah, it's right there. Feel like I saw you guys somewhere. Hey, Justin. We have kids in the stream. It's easy to slide into adult chatter given the names of our parts. Please don't. Oh, yes. For sure. Let's see here. Let's see if this... Jeff, this is the frog, I mean the armored turtle brush. It looks a lot like a frog. Really. You can't deny that thing looks like a frog, right? Okay, let's get this heated back up. 150, 110. Let's go ahead. Hey, Admiral Adama, how are you? Just finished the brush mod for the gantry. Cool. Gel. Needs an audio file triggered by G-Cred to rivet when wiping the nozzle. Shit, that's clearing. So what do I do? So we have here, white brush count, number of passes. Was there anything, what was it? Where did I see that? See config? Yeah, macro config. So does this automatically do that now as part of the process? Are we good to go? If it looks like a frog, why didn't you print it green to match the frame? It's gray and silver to match the rest. It would have clashed as green. Okay, and then another home. I have not yet. I didn't actually use it. I don't like to share things until I confirm that they work, that I didn't miss something. Yeah, all that is good. It doesn't touch. I think we can get a print started. Let's go back here. And I like my purge tower to be at the back. And then we'll just throw these guys over here. I don't like the way that Prusa Slicer, I'd like to be able to fix this position. Okay, slice now. This is all of a, it says it's a 2-hour print, but I don't think so. We got a large amount of purge though, because I don't poop. One trick I use for this is fill bed with instants, then delete the ones I don't want. Helps with placement. Yeah, that's fine. Am I missing anything? Am I missing anything? That's fine. Oh, what works pretty well on this on this chip is go to infill, DKIM, thanks Raj, and bottom fill panel concentric. Works pretty well because all this stuff, see, ends up being nice little, it is a constipated configuration. No, it just doesn't. It just doesn't. Okay. Let's see what happens. Upload and print. Gonna do an adaptive mesh. I like moving the purge tower to both reduce travel around parts of odd geometry. I moved the purge tower closer to the filament swap for this. I agree with you on a setup, on other setups, but because this has to go to the back corner to do a cut, and then, but now with the brush, it might not matter as much, but I put it in the back corner here because that's where it does the cut. Hey, excessive builds. Is this going to, I think it should load the filament and everything. We'll find out. Hey, buddy. You back to visit? Okay, I want to pay attention to this first layer. It's heating up. What is it going to do here? It should heat up. It's going to go here, but then it's going to heat up and move to the back to load the filament, right? And then do the purge. Let's find out. Okay, so it should load filament 1. Yep, there we go. It's loading. There it is. Gets to the tool head. Now it's going to come back here. Oh. Okay, did the wipe. something going. That's good. Nice. Okay. Yeah, it's going down fine. So all the previous all the previous stuff has been set up on this. We just added the brush. So this isn't the first print. This Boxturtle has honestly been a good print, a good setup for me. I don't use it often, but when I do need a multicolor thing, it's been something that I can use. We're printing Voron Maker chips. What's my preferred slicer? Prusa slicer. Is add extra skirt lines to help get out the previous color if it's a different color. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is what we're printing. The maker chip I designed. We'll get that going and then we're going to start looking at Jabberwocky. So the idea here with Jabberwocky is that we are going to get a good look at it, look at the parts I printed, see where I may need to make any adjustments, go through as much of the assembly process as we can, and then I'll probably install it on the printer at some future stream. You just don't like the camera pointed at you, huh? You're moving every time I point it. Does it bug anyone else that it's called Jabberwocky and not Jabberwock? Or am I the only one? I hadn't thought about it. Should do a second draw for a signed marked maker coin for those of us who can't make it to the show. Then I would have to ship something. I'm terrible at shipping stuff. I want to see this go through a cycle, a filament change cycle with the brush. Let's see where we end up. Okay. Well, that's kind of weird. Shouldn't it have done a full... The white tower is a little weird. Okay, whatever. There goes the filament. Hey, Alex. Is that limited just to conch hot end, or can you use others? There are user mods for other hot ends, but the default setup is the conch, or conch, or however you want to say it. Sweet. Oh, and it captured some filament on the brush, so that's good. Did its job. What do we got? We should have red. how well it turns out. We got red coming out. Hopefully it's enough purge. Oh, there's the outline I was looking for. Okay. Cool. It's looking good. Sweet. I do set a lot of purge, Brent, because I don't poop. Ekbal, this is ABS. Gonna switch over to the metallic bright silver or whatever they call that. It's on a Prusa spool, but it's not Prusa. It's not Prusament. I haven't printed with this particular filament in years. Oh, it didn't grab that bit. There's a big old thing of it hanging off the tool head right now. Okay, I'm gonna get in there and snag that. It's gonna cause a problem later. I'm gonna snag that and I'm gonna move the brush up just a hair. This goes in. The brush up a hair, snag. There we go. What are we printing? Voron maker chips. Have I tried multi-material yet? No, I don't have a great printer yet to do that I'm used to using. The black box would be the closest, but it's not enclosed. Okay, I'll watch this again. Loading up the white. It's hard to tell. I don't know if there's some. There we go. It got that. So we'll keep it trying. Got my first Prusa in old Mark 3S. Nice. Are you gonna convert it to a Prusa wire? Oh, it wants to. I don't know if that's a scratch in the door. It's a. Oh, it might be. There. Is that better? What is that for? Looks like it purged enough. So I haven't printed with this filament in a long time either. Reliable open air printer for PLA and TPU. Good call. Good call. What is going on? I'm just petting you. Brush may need some fiddling. Oh yeah. We do this, tweak it. Time is 11:30. Batch 2 kit comes with a replaceable nozzle conch. I have no idea which batch I have. Sure, that's been asked, but do you plan on putting the LDO on one of your printers? Quad XY? It bugs me to no end that they're continuing the AWD nomenclature. I don't know. The problem is finding enough printers to do this stuff. Is there a way when you use a certain filament which needs a certain bed temp and nozzle temp, the Z offset changes based on the filament type from the slicer? Yeah, you could pass filament type from the slicer and put it into your print start macro and change your Z offset that way. Sure, you can pass filament type from the slicer and use that in your print start macro. Okay, we are going to let that go and start looking at the Jabberwocky. Let's look at the Jabberwocky. There is a plan for the LDO stealth changer. I am giving the team time to beef up their documentation before I start that build. I think the documentation needs some significant work, and they agree. What is the deal? Solid print start macro should measure 0 offset hot. Why it is needed. Different filaments can use different offsets, so you can't just have, you're not going to have one and have it just work for every filament. Are you anticipating the index system? What are your thoughts? I'm looking forward to index. I think integration questions is the biggest thing. How do you provide the integration instructions for such a wide range? Hey, what, Jackie? Okay, that is going. So let's go back over here. I'm just gonna let that run, get rid of that spider web that was there. And let's go. So this one is kind of an annoying thing to find, because if you go Jabberwocky GitHub, oh, there we go. Okay, when you search for this on Google, it gives you every result but this. You smell the treats over there, don't you? Okay, so this is the Jabberwocky. Jabberwocky toolhead. The things with this, I think, is this whole extruder side is hinged, so you can get to the blade quickly. Hey, Sean. Kitty say hello and is swatting at your print head. Funny. Even when measuring with the nozzle there, Kobe, some filaments like a different offset than others. Sure, you can get a consistent offset, but the distance over the over the plate for like Pet G likes a little less squish, that kind of thing. It's pretty. That's one thing about this thing. I don't agree. It is interesting, but it's not a pretty hot end. Okay. Has been engineered to meet the demanding requirements of filament changing units and multicolor changers. So let's go to the wiki. Next generation system. Let's go to CAD overview. CAD file has been completely reorganized, the updated file. So there's little next. So we'll go next. We'll just go through the stuff here. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Printed parts. Before you start printing Jabberwocky, it's highly recommended that you tune your printer to ensure dimensional accuracy. If you need a calibration model, Terrence has created this Swiss cheese calibration cube. Grab my printed parts. There's this guy. Now, this turned out pretty fantastic. I don't remember what settings I used for this because my latest parts did not turn out so fantastic. But okay. You need a recommended print settings, cooling settings, turn down cooling to a minimum, line width settings. Okay, next. We work closely with LDO Motors, who have supplied us with a hardware to bring Jabberwocky to life. So let's look at that. So this is the kit as provided by Jason. Thank you, Jason. Extruder toolhead with cutter, designed by Kinematic Digit, manufactured by LDO. So you get this, and you get a Nighthawk 36. We've seen that, so I'll set that over there. I will be there both days, Tech Geek. And then the Jabberwocky kit. So this is batch 2507. I don't know what that means. Is this batch 2 or I don't know. So I've been into here, so some of this might not necessarily be in order, but there's the Betas Conch hot end. Batch 2, okay. Milled from titanium, it would be pretty. A lot of things milled from titanium are pretty. So someone said something about nozzle. Yeah, so it is a separate, ooh, and that is not tight. So that was not tightened, so we'll have to remember that. It does have a, looks like a hardened nozzle, and camera is not focusing. It's a 0.4. It's just a 0.4. What temp is it rated for? I don't think, I could be wrong. I don't think it's a PT 1000 or anything. So the max would be in that 300, 290 range. Do you have to use the Nighthawk or can you change tool boards? It's the mounting pattern is that regular Nighthawk 36 style. So I imagine you can use different tool boards. Got a 8-tooth pancake stepper. Eight-tooth now. Got some LEDs and a little LED PCB for the nozzle illumination. Let's put this in here. This thing's back. Hey, Wally. Some 30mm blower fans. 25mm hot end fan. and various extruder bits, and then hardware. So we'll leave all this stuff out. Set some of these in here. There we go. That works. Easy to get to. Okay. So let's go back to the instructions. So all the fasteners and stuff that it comes with. Next. While developing Jabberwocky, we've leveraged the latest high-performance electronics hardware from LDO motors. That stuff. Pre-wired dual Omron D2F switches. Hey, penguin makers. Okay, extruder assembly. So we're gonna get our handy-dandy fracks staged and ready to go. How is this doing? Ooh, we definitely did not get enough purge between red and silver. We're getting a little bit of pink on the border. Hey, Betty Ruxpin. Do you wonder why a Fadus instead of an E3D Revo? I don't know. Okay, Scotty Dog, thanks for being a member. Printed parts is a little bit of a concern for me. I did have, so I printed these this morning and I can't use them. Come on, come on, focus. Why are you not focusing? Can't use them. Got a layer shift. So, got a few, but I do have these parts printed. It's just my PA values were off. So I reprinted them. We're not gonna be installing this today. We're gonna run through all the stuff that we think is part of the assembly process and see where I have issues, and then install it at some later date. One of the concerns I have with this project that's a little annoying is how frequently post-release there have been revisions. There have been major revisions post-release. So I got pretty frustrated last night realizing what things had changed in just the 2 weeks since I had printed these parts. So when I decided that it's not ready for me to install, I want my Boxturtle to be working. And so when the printed parts stabilize, we will revisit it and put it on the printer. So that is a major issue for me. We have a lot of things that are coming out as, or community projects that are becoming products. And the approach I'm taking with products is very much a more, critical view of things that are coming out as products, because you are now, your audience is not just the extreme hobbyist who wants to play around with their printer. Your audience is much wider, and you have to cater to a wider skill set. So there have been, Boxturtle is a good example of something that became a product, and the Boxturtle team stepped up and did a lot of work to make sure that the documentation and stuff was ready for the wider use. I had that very concern too, Steve. Didn't know any revision if so, but I see the trend of many community designed initiated projects. Yeah, Stealth Changer is one that I'm waiting to install because that's now a product. And its documentation is not ready for, I even went out there last night trying to figure out what I needed to print to continue prepping for my stuff, and it's just not there. So I'll be ready to build it. I think it's going to be a fun project when we do, but I want to build using the tools that are available, that will be available to the general build community. So, yeah, the Micron, though, for instance, I made a decision to build this pre-release with the idea of providing feedback. So my approach when I built the Micron was very much this needs to change, this needs to change, this works well, whatever, but without an expectation that all the documentation was there, that everything was ready. Hopefully the work that I did on the Micron will make a more complete release when the kits are available. But okay, so back to this. I want to just touch on that a little bit and kind of explain why I'm not installing this right now, because the frequency of change makes me think that it should have probably had a little more baking time before it was released. Lots of, I need to figure out what's going on with this camera. Lots of modeled in supports on these parts. Lots of modeled in supports. So we're going to be working with that as well. So let's go. Oh, that's going there. See the pink on the outsides? I don't have enough purge for between the red and that silver. So, okay, let's pull these out. That did not come out clean. Get in there. I am not going to blame. I do not think that my settings are ideal for these print things. So a lot of I'm going to be fairly lenient on the print feedback here right now. See if I can get this separated though. I've been having trouble with some of my like gray and silver print settings lately. Back to family, get together, have a great day. See ya. Have a good one. Okay, that did pretty okay. We'll see how that works out. We do have, let's see, I want to use just the hardware that came in this thing, so let's get this heat sets out. My slicer settings in my printer is set to a Core 1 and Prusa, so I can use the greatest and latest from Prusa profiles. I have a short amount of time to join you all, but I'll answer any questions. Steve has any. Terrence, are you part of this project? Are you the designer? Do you have profiles for every filament or general profiles for filament type? I generally have profiles for filament brand and type, and then specific profiles where I think they're needed for different colors. The designer. Well, welcome, Terrence. Thank you for being here. I was just talking about some of the frustration with this project in the frequency of updates that have come out that are like, if you don't have this version, you need to print this. This goes with this, but not this. That was especially frustrating last night when I was doing final prep for this stream, making sure I had everything printed, and then realizing that stuff I printed 2 weeks ago is no longer the latest. So let's see here. Okay, so we're following the directions here. So we have removed some built-in supports. Instructions need updating also. Well, we'll find out as we go through here. We'll get as far as we can here, and then we'll revisit this at a later date. But we have that and that. Okay, so let's get some heat sets in. So let's heat this guy up. Be fine. I was also saying I definitely, my print settings I don't think are ideal, so we're gonna take that into account when I do this assembly today. Let me answer that as best I can. I really don't want to update things as often as I have been in the past couple of weeks. Yeah, I understand. And when you got to update something, you got to update it, but it's a frustrating. Okay. I should be back. Am I back? I should be back now. OBS just disconnected from server. Can we confirm I'm back? Okay. Okay, we're back. Did I go away for a second? Okay, I did go away for a second. Okay. Okay, the next part is these, which, did I print a new one? No, I think this is, no, I do have a new one down there. This one is old. That one's old, new one's on the printer down here. Hit it with the heat gun to clean up the ABS marks. I've discussed with LDO, and the plan is to do only incremental upgrades from here on out. That's a good thing. That's good. So, what is going on with this? Did I turn autofocus off somehow? I did hit it with, I tried to move the Boxturtle printer over here, and it's so tall I hit my overhead camera. You pause, but it's the same thing that happens when my crappy internet glitches out. Okay, so this is V81, which is the very latest I know. And there are some, I gotta figure this out. This is not okay. I don't even know what to check. Here, let me just turn this off and back on. Ah, there we go. So we have some built-in supports here to remove. Came off, okay. Side. Maybe a little screwdriver might be a good. There we go. And this guy here. Is that it? Looks like it. Now I want to go through and look at any spots I want to clean up. Oh, there's something in there. This looks pretty good. That fine. What was the other spot? It's right here. That's a little ugly there. So let's make sure I got all the... There we go. All the parts that are needed for the carriage mounts are included. Someone we did lose an intention of at least 2.4 carriage mounts for the kit. All those little white spots there, we should be able to... Oh, I'm almost out of stuff. They clean up with a little bit of heat. Okay. I need to refill that. Okay, we should have a bunch of these square nuts in here somewhere. Are they in here? I'm recalled. Yes, yes, the stupid thing that has a recall notice on my Amazon past orders list now that'll never go away. Okay, I'm guessing. Oh, that's interesting. So all of these nuts here, the pictures make the scale look a little weird, but all of these nuts are just the post-install nuts, it looks like, from 1515. Just got a blower tip that snaps onto the top of my butane canisters, no longer need to refill. Do you have any shrinkage compensation for the PPA CF Zol? No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, so these are just the same post-install M3 nuts as they do for the V0. That's good to know. Okay, we got to put a bunch of these in here. So, and they are shaped. There's a chamfer there, and these have a chamfer on the part. So these go in a certain way. There are post-install nuts for 1515. How do you not know about this, Neil? I've covered them. Have you not watched every single one of my streams? How dare you? Dating all the way back to, where am I missing? There, there. Dating all the way back to the V0.1 S1 build that I did. Go all the way back there? Yeah. Didn't see that in the docs. I built one yet. Do the churn. Last thing I saw Steve build was the start of the Micron. Is that it? That appears to be it. Some of those are looser than others, but that's okay. That's that. Next, install the MR84ZZ bearing. It should have there's a little tool here. Not that. So MR84ZZ. It's these guys. MR84ZZ. Interesting. Okay. Got a whole little tool set up here to do. We've had an interesting year. Well, if interesting is in challenging, hopefully it's getting better. Screw, 5 screw, and there's a nut, it looks like. What is that? What is that? Printed part? Yes. that's a printed part. Okay, so this guy in here, this guy through here, a bearing. There we go. Motor mount, the mid body, the hot end holder, and the guidler. You're talking about parts that have changed. That goes there. This goes on here. Kind of like, I mean, these little jigs and stuff are nice. Installation assistance. Printed my parts 3 weeks ago, halfway through assembly. Maybe I should start over. That should clamp into there. That's it. Put that in there, nice and neat. Two-piece printed tool, then remove the printed and then 3 nut. Next insert the M4 by 18 metal dowel, LDO pink sleeving, or peak, not pink. You build without the hex tray. Oh, I know, I don't have one for this. That's okay. And the non-threaded orbiter gear. Okay, so we have a LDO peak sleeve, that's hobby blade, we have a, what is this, M4 by 18 dowel. Okay, so M4 by 18 dowel. That's gonna go in here. And the peak sleeve. Tonight's night, earth, wind, and fire. Do you remember the 21st night of today? Today is a more important date than that. Today's my anniversary. Mine and my wife's anniversary. 23 years. 23 years. Okay, and then the orbiter non-threaded gear. Those are the same. Here's. So this goes on there like that. Two days before your birthday. Well, happy birthday, Muzen. Happy birthday. You two doing anything? Nah, probably not. She's at work right now, so. I've now been married 8 years now. Awesome. Last Sunday, my wife and I's 5th, but we forgot about it because a water main broke and flooded a yard. Ew. You're here with us when you should be with us. She's at work. She's at work. Okay. Oh, did that? Well, that's not good. What is this saying? It paused. Lane 1 filament failed to trigger. Check filament path. Well, it definitely had a problem. What is the problem? That's not good. So what happened? This is all tangled up here. Check filament path. So what lane? Lane 1. This is Boxturtle, yep. Failed to trigger pre-extruder gear toolhead. Check filament path. To resolve, set lane loaded with lane loaded macro. Manually move filament with, why don't I, it says next lane alone if the current lane runs out. Can I do anything here? This is where a flip accessory tool would come in handy. Yeah. Also a version tracker there too. Manually move filament with lane move macro for lane 1 until filament is right before the toolhead extruder gears. Well, where is it anyway? I don't know where. It says none and it's red. I don't see it anywhere. Is it right here? Yeah, it's right here at the, it's right here past the hub. Did it just get caught right there? It's right there past the hub. Broken filament, you said you hadn't printed with this in a long time. No, I mean, it's right here. It's just outside of the hub before the turtleneck. But I feel like I should be able to, controls. Let's eject lane 1. Okay, so it ejected fine. So now that should, so lane empty. So let's put it back in. Shoot. Gotta, shoot, it's coming off the spool. I can do this. There we go. In there. Okay, so that's there. So now let's load lane 1. Are there any divots on it? Oh, geez. It's not actually. Oh, there we go. There might have been a divot. I just pushed it. I think I might have gotten it past its point. It's working its way through the thing. Will it go? Nope. That's fine. That's fine. Let's control. Let's eject this again. I'll do a better examination of the filament. Pulling this out, I think. Let's let this finish ejecting. Let's get a little wider view of what I'm doing. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's do a better feel on this. Maybe just cut a good amount off. I don't feel anything in that bit. Yeah, I don't feel anything. Let's just cut it and get some fresh anyway. I don't feel any divot. with the enclosure, that problem becomes even more complicated. I am going to see if I can sneak my fingers in here and give myself a little more tension on this. Get a little more filament tension on that. See if that helped at all. Okay. I don't know if it's actually, yeah, it's not actually engaging there because that didn't actually pull through. Interesting random problems. And the whole accessibility of things, this compromise between, there we go, this compromise between short filament path and serviceability. Let's try this again. Yeah, it's not actually grabbing well enough there. Something is going on with the feeder. That's where the issue is. It's not grabbing at the feeder. I haven't changed anything. This has been, like I said, this has been reliable until it's not. Let me try something real quick. I didn't tweak the tension on that. I just tweaked it. Let me pull this thing off of here real quick. See if I can get to it without really just tighten these all just a little bit. Okay. Pull that out. There's no divots. Let's see if that helped. Yes, that helped. That helped. So we'll see if that will load now. Let me get this secured real quick. Okay, and controls load. Hub not clear when trying to load. Why isn't the hub clear? Lane 1, hub not clear. Loosen this up. Now I'm going to push filament through and see if anything comes out from the hub. Yeah, there's nothing that came out. Okay, pull that through, tighten this back up. Let's reload. I just tightened that. What is going on? This is frustrating. It's not grabbing. Okay, Jabberwocky, we're back to Jabberwocky. I'll work on that thing later. That's frustrating. It's in the grub screw. What grub screw? Hey, Max. So don't blame me on the bottom panel. I got bottom panels in the kit that don't cover the gaps with the new door. Why include a bottom panel if it's not going to cover the gap in the parts that are included in the kit? Anyway, we're back to this. I will work on that later. Hey, Jake. That's gonna take a significant amount of time. An S4 upgrade solution. What's S4? Every time I pull the filament out, my Boxturtle does that power cycle the box. It has nothing to do with power. This is a physical issue. It's not, it could be the grub screw, but it means me taking that off of there and disassembling it. Sunlow S4 Villa. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, back to Jabberwocky stuff. Hey, Hasio. See you do it. We'll get it working by Vice. What? Get what working? If we get this assembled and have some time, we'll pull that apart and see what's going on. But for right now, it's... Okay, next take the motor mount and install the Bondtech with that. Next, attach the mid body and motor mount. So the mid body... mid body and motor mount. Stop. I'm gonna silence my damn watch. I'm waiting for the all metal CNC version of Armor Tool to pop up and try it. Oh, I'm sure it's, I mean, wouldn't be surprised if it's a grub screw. Seriously, the way it's behaving. Things aren't lining up. What is, this must be the mid body. Okay, this is the mid body. So we are going to take the mid motor and install the Bondtech compound drive gear. I think that's this guy, even though it says Bondtech integrated drive gear. This matches the picture. That's going to go in there with another 4x18 dowel, then slide onto position, ensuring the dowel passes through as you do. That goes. Okay, so that's slid in there with a nice press fit. I'm waiting for all metals to go into the motor mount. The back part is your mid body. What? What are you talking about? I did that. Oh, take the mid body. I'm reading the wrong stuff. Got it. I'm following the picture, but I was reading the wrong stuff. I know people have asked this before, but yes, there's a metal version of that gear. It's part of the HGX upgrade kit. Attach the mid body and motor mount, ensuring the gears are properly aligned. Use two. Okay, so hold on a second. Your instructions here. So it says next, take the motor mount. Is this the mid body? Will prevent the motor mount. On the bottom of the mid body, add a okay. I did miss. The image on the right shows the bearing in place. On the bottom of the mid body, add an F682 bearing into the channel. We're missing a picture there, but that is these guys, F682. And this guy goes in here. Yeah, the flange bearing goes in there, but it's not in the picture, so it's easy to miss. Next, take the motor mount and install the Bondtech compound gear in the back. Then slide the Bondtech drive gear into position, ensuring the dowel passes through. Install the second MR84, ensuring a push fit just as we did in the previous step. So then we're going to put this guy in there. Next, attach a mid body and motor mount. So now these guys go together. Should that be flush there? Is that just? Yep, there we go. A little bit of ugga-duggas. Okay, now that turns. I'm not going to put the ECAS fitting in because this I don't think is the final assembly on this, so I'm going to skip that. See you, Terrence. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate it. It means a lot when designers come in to these streams, and I hope that the feedback that I give is taken as intended. No matter how harsh my words get, the intent is to improve things. So next we'll move on to assembling. Okay, so there is a magnet. Attach the mid body and motor mount, ensuring the gears are properly aligned. Use two stainless steel M3x10s. So there are specifics. So this is, I think, an important. There is stainless steel in 3x10s, and then there are just the nickel-plated steel, except for Squarespace. Exactly. Squarespace can go away. I have harsher words than are appropriate here for Squarespace. Oh, this is interesting. So at some point, let's look at a little detail here. At some point, there's a, we look at the, I'm just looking at a detail here. So if you look at this, the design of the hole uses the semi-teardrop setup on those holes. Looks like that was decided either wasn't really useful because it's not there in the actual part. Inconsequential, but I just noticed it. Okay, and then a magnet goes in the side here. Then one N52 magnet and push fit into the side of the body for added security. You can apply a small dab of super glue. This is kind of indicating a north-south pole importance. Is that important? I can put this in. It looks easy to remove. So we'll go ahead and put this in. And we're going to assume polarity isn't important. I've sent you a DM with what I use for registry and email for discussion later if you have questions. Thanks. Is a reverse, not a tract. That'll make it important when I put its mating magnet in then. Hopefully it'll say that. A small dab. Next, we'll move on to assembling the guidler. Begin by inserting the LDO peak sleeve into the second. So another peak sleeve. Hey, GTR Dad. So these little peak. Seeing how those sound when they drop. And the guidler, which had a little built-in support here, but it came off on the plate. So this guy goes in. It's like this way. So if we try to put it in that way, it would have to be forced. Drop it in from that way, it works. And then a M4x16 dowel pin. Empty, 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 magnet, bearing, flange bearing, M4x16. There. If I recall the build correctly, that magnet is used to repel the filament cutter. That makes sense. Drop right into there. Okay, and install an M3x6, flattening until it sits flush. Okay, M3x6. Tightening until it sits flush with the surface of the guidler. This screw will later be used to adjust the grip. It's the thingy, it's the filament thingy. What do they call it? Thingamajig. Non-ball end driver. This. Okay. Next, attach a guidler to the extruder using M3x20. M3x20. There. Nope, that's 16. Where's the 20? 35. in 3x20. They have some sort of coating on them at least. There, tuxedo. And that part. Okay, so this is gonna go here. Does that thread into anything? Nope, I put that in backwards. Put that in backwards. Goes in like that. Just kind of knock that nut down into place. Okay, that's that. And finally insert, finally insert the F682ZZ filament guide bearing into the bottom of the extruder through the cutout as shown below. But it's set up here. Install this, where was it? Add an F682XZZ bearing into the channel. Is that a duplication or did I miss one? I think that's redundant. So the image on the right shows the bearing in place. On the bottom of it's the other end. Where? Where do I install it here then? It's a duplication? No, we're dealing with the same piece here. That's this that we put in a minute ago. Where's the other one go then? There's no one top, one bottom. There's one that goes here. Oops. There's one that goes here. That's the other one, but that's not where we're dealing with the instructions. We're not there yet. I bet you it tells us about this one later in the instructions. I think this is just a duplication. There is CAD. And it mentions going through the CAD and having it available. Okay, next we'll move to assembling. Oh, hey Terrence. My son is answering here for me. Who, is that a different person or is that, oh, we got Grant coming in, 3D Musketeers. Welcome, folks. Oh, we got 19 minutes until we're giving away some filament. Move on to assembling the extruder. Front cover. This component houses the toolhead LED and 2 filament sensors. Okay. So I've got pieces. I need to look at the instructions. I didn't write them out to check to see if there's a duplication. I think it's a duplication. We'll see as we get further along. If it tells us to put in the other bearing on that piece, then it was a duplication. Okay, this little tiny piece is kind of interesting. It's this big and it does all kinds of stuff. We have who's driving right now. That's fine. We'll figure it out. Willie Nelson. You probably get triggered by someone saying that, huh? So I apologize. Hi, William Nelson. Okay, we got in here. So we got all pre-done stuff. Oh, that guy right there is what we want, I think. These two and that. That goes in there, kind of nice. A little bit of hot glue on the contacts. It's okay. Is there a difference in which goes top or bottom? Here's a looking at this. Just don't ask me to sing. Okay, if that goes in, and I put it in backwards, so let me put it in the right way. And notice, need LED out. There we go. Get that in there. If that goes that way. Now I'm a little concerned looking at these instructions. This is an indicator of what direction those switches go. But does it matter which one? No. Yes, it does matter. Which one is, aha. Top, bottom. There we go. Okay. There's an errata document. May need to repin the switch. There's an errata document. Why? Why would we need to repin the switch? And where is the errata document? I think there's a bigger issue of where's the errata document. I know it does happen. I get it. But where does it say here? Errata is on the wiki. Should trim the central pins to make it easier for wire routing. Errata document will not apply to me. Does it apply to anybody who's going? Does it apply to anybody who's going through these instructions? Looking here, I mean, this is in the normally closed position. Jabberwocky errata part 1 and 2 changes. Aha! Batch 1 and 2 changes. Okay. Below are issues that were corrected for batch 2 and batch 1 releases. They only apply to the first builds that were sent out. The wiring on those versions were backwards. I see. Switch to pressure alignment. Filament sensor wiring harness. Please remember the yellow and black wires in the wiring harness for the filament sensors are reversed. The pins need to be swapped to ensure correct functionality before completing the installation. What I would like to see here is if this is a difference between which one goes to the bottom or top, it should probably say which it should be. This just says reverse, but I can't look at this and see whether mine is reversed or not. Which one? Blue wire should be bottom or blue wire should be top is my question. Or the yellow and black wire. Oh, it's yellow and black wire that would have been reversed. Okay. Maybe a picture of, a simple picture of what is correct and then a picture of what it was. So I am guessing that this is correct. And if these were switched, I can see why it would be wrong. I have a batch too. But if the yellow and black wires were switched, yeah, that would be wrong. And this looks like it would be correct here. So I'm gonna go with it, but. Okay, so this does, and those are M2x10. M2x10, these guys. I'm told that this is a batch 2 kit, according to the number on it. So you're good then, because the errata only applies to batch 1 kits. It's still, it's still good to know. Okay, so if this is here, and this is the top, this has to go up through the middle here. And I can see the usefulness in cutting that middle pin. Is there any problem with just bending it out of the way? Let me try just bending it. Bend that out of the way, we'll see. Up through the middle here. This should. You'll be able to offer up this tool head against the ant head. Looks quite compact in width. I do have a ant head just printed parts sitting here. We can, when we're done with it, we can see how wide they compare. Okay. Does that match with the next pictures? Yes. Okay. This guy goes here. No ugga-duggas. Just too tight. Neat little setup. Okay. That goes into this assembly. Print turned out pretty good on this one. And this will go, where do our, I don't know exactly where our wire pathing should be. tough to get that tight in there, flush with the back. Let's see if we get a better idea of where. Assemble the filament cutter. So the depressors on the switch must align with the latch side of the extruder. Look at the image below for reference. Once installed, check with a piece of filament and listen for clicking. Okay, that sounds like later. Next, install the diffuser into the filament front cover, then install the assembled electronics mount into the cover, ensuring that the wires are oriented upwards, that they will be routed through the extruder. Okay. So all of these need to come up. Let's try to get this bent out of the way, and up and up. Probably something like that. Oh, that sits in there a little better. And then I printed, I could not find, I have no idea where my clear PETG went. So this is printed in clear PLA for now. That goes there, and then that sets aside. We have 6 minutes until we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. We need a lot more likes though. See if we can hit 200 likes before giveaway time. Assemble the filament cutter. Begin by installing the blade. Carefully press it into the blade carrier using the blade installation tool. The blade carrier is printed on textured plate. It is recommended to sand it lightly to ensure a smooth finish. Okay, so we have what does that mean? Tranchant, Sharf? Is that different languages of Fiddle-doo, Sharp? Is that sharp in many languages? I like it. Sharp in many languages. I printed a couple of those. There it is. Sharp in 4 languages. I like it. So, English, French, German, and Spanish. Got a bunch of blades here. How many blades did we get? Got 5 blades. Scharf is German. Nope, stuck to the magnet. Okay, so Scharf up. That should go there like that. This is plastic. Don't press on that side because that's Scharf. This goes down. There is a little compliant piece there. Let's put this down. See if I can get that to. How do I know if that's gone all the way in? I've got a little bit of stuff gathering up in there. Clear that out. A little bit of droopy bridging going on in there. Ow. Yep, that was a problem. I got myself. Not with this blade, I got myself with this blade. Soft bleedy bits. No, that was my bad. That was my bad. It's a minor cut, but a little bit of blade. Ugh. Sharf. Yep. That was not a problem with the design. That was a problem with me cutting in the wrong direction. Not a big cut, just a little bleedy. Yep, that's what I'm doing right now. A little super glue. A little bit of super glue. Yeah, it's not a deep cut, just a sharp blade skim. And it wasn't the, it's not the, Go. A little bit of super glue on there. Okay, back to it. It wasn't the blade, it was the X-Acto knife. So I am going to pull this. Oh, it just pulled right out. Okay, now I'm gonna get in here and try to clean this out a little bit, because it's pushing all the bridged filament out. And I was trying to try not to show my finger on the stream, but yeah, I'm not, you're relying on a bridge in here. Not sure that that's best. Where can I find the form for the giveaway? It's in the description or the pinned. What happened to the pinned post? So I think when I did the poll, it got rid of the pinned post, or did I never pin it? I don't think I actually pinned it. I think I didn't pin it. I don't think I pinned it. There we are. Pin post went away when OBS died? That's weird. It is in the description. Yep. Lots of little pieces of filament in here from the bridging. And if you don't clean this out, maybe a good note of making sure this is cleaned out before you push the blade on might be a good idea. At the very least. Because there's just, and it's kind of hard to get out of here. Luckily you get a little bit of the, just up down in there. Getting all those out is a problem. Removing those will make the cover fit loosely. That's a bad design then. If we're relying on the highly variable amount of droop that happens in these, then the bad design. We should be relying on that little tab to hold it in place. Okay, let's see. Put this guy in here. This guy here. I think that went in well, but it's not holding. I don't like it. I just don't like it. I don't think... What are the tips that are on here? Let me read the tips before I really trash the setup. If this is relying on droopy filament to hold something tightly, then that's a problem. But let me read the tips. Because as I try to put this... I don't think it's pushing in quite enough for that to lock into place. Yeah. There's pieces that gets pushed up into the top that are preventing this from pushing in all the way. Oh, we are way past giveaway time. Bob, why didn't you tell me? I just simply don't like it. Stuff gets jammed up in the end here and keeps this from being able to push on far enough for this little tab to get in. Yeah. Screw that. Let's look at let's do giveaway. Wheel of names. Let's do a giveaway. The tab should do all the work, but the note about the bridging will be cleaned. To be cleaned. I'm having a hard time even cleaning that bridging, Terrence. I can't. There is bridging that is getting caught up in the channel beyond the tab that's preventing the blade from going in far enough for the tab to do anything. Okay, let's get rid of all this. Okay. Maybe just wrap the blade with masking tape during assembly of the extruder. Use the actual blade. You can't use, if you can't move the blade enough, it's up beyond this tab, up in this bit of the cavity that I can't get to. I can't get stuff out of there enough, which is preventing this from moving far enough in for that tab to actually lock into place. Yeah, I have the protective cover on here. Yeah. I cut myself with this, trying to clear out the bridging on here. Okay, let me pull up our form. Oops, I gotta go to the end. Oh, that's a good call, Aetherling. I'll try a really small drill bit, see if I have one small enough to get in there. We have 277 people here. We have not hit 200 likes though. We're only at 174, but we have 236 people who have responded. No, we haven't. That was last week. Let me go to this week's. How many people do we have that have responded? 181. Use a heat gun, super glue, and pray. Reprint vertical blade will keep it from breaking on layer lines. If I'm having problems with this, then your general user is going to have bigger problems with this. So that's why I'm making a big deal of it. Train a squirrel. 182 people. You have 3 seconds to get your entry in before I close this. We're going to go 3. Let's see what I have for small drill bits. 2. Oh, what was that? 1. Nothing? Nothing? Let's see if this is small. No, even smaller. Oh, there we go. 3. 2. 1. Half. No, nothing I have is small enough to get in there without widening the spot. 1/4? There we go. Okay, we got 2 more in there. So this is the final countdown. 3, 2, 1. Done, but I need to change this setting and turn that off, and done. Okay, link it out. With a stop at the correct layer and then drop the blade into it and resumed, worked like a champ. Yeah, this is a little frustrating. I like the little tab to hold it in, but okay. Murph was first. Who got in there last? Who got in there last? NC3. Oh, I'm a little late anyway there, Thomas. My mind exactly. We're leaving together, but still farewell, and maybe we'll come back to Earth. I can tell. Okay, lad, how many times are we gonna, what do we got? We have, what, 6 days? Let's say 6 days until 3D Printopia. Let's do a number between 1 and 6. Well, I sit here and try to, I don't think I can reach far enough. It's a problem. Between 1 and 6. Try something here. William Martin Harris, you said 4. We're gonna do 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Roll a Polymaker filament. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Who do we got? Who do we got? Samoa Oliveira. Samoa, are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Samoa. 2 minutes, as soon as I can bring up the timer. Congratulations. Are you here? Samoa. Oh, there you are. Simon. Simon, congratulations. Get you copied. Stop the timer. And get in here. Congrats. Paste that there. Search. There you are. There you are. We are good. Let me bring up the email. That and congratulations. Let me bring up, where did that go? Oh yeah, kind of need the actual, there we are, the code. Okay, you should have an email, assuming it doesn't get bounced back to me. If the email gets bounced back to me, then we'll find out. We'll figure it out. Awesome, congratulations. I am going to try putting just a little bit more force on this. Leonard, thanks for your gifted memberships. Let's see if this thing will push in. No. I'm running out of space in here. I don't want to dull the blade is a problem. If you look in there, you can see I'm about 2 millimeters shy of that tab being effective. Unless I cut the tab off and it doesn't need to insert that far. I don't like it. I just plain don't like it. Do you have any memberships? I was going to check here. Here, let's try a little bit of ABS plastic. Is that going in anymore? I think it might be as far as it'll go, and it's possible that that's in there now, but it's possible that in cleaning that out, I cut the tab that's intended to hold that in place off. That's likely, but right now it's secure, so it may be pushed in too far. But just a little scar in that, no big deal. You okay to plug something related to Jabberwocky? What do we got? I'm okay. Sure. It's related. I want your feedback on the Filamatrix version of this. I will check it out. Thunder Keys, remind me. Bearded Printer, thanks for the gifted memberships. Let's see if I have any to give. I do. These are the last ones, and that's good because this is the last Sunday of the month. There you go. Oh. It doesn't hold the blade in the tool head. Rip it out and drop the hot glue in the opening. I don't like the hot glue idea. I mean, it's especially since this is going in an enclosed printer. What is the melting point of hot glue? And hot glue is not a rigid. I'd rather drop some epoxy in there. Yeah, I'll check it out, Robert. That's the holding end. Yeah, this end. This is the one that I'm having trouble with. Now it's fixed in there, probably because I just jammed it in a little further than it's supposed to go. Not the security cover. This was fine. But pushing in, I'm just cutting into the... So I got to the point where trying to compress it, I was pushing this up against this. Okay. We're past that. That was frustrating, but it is a safety issue here. If we can figure out, I don't have a great idea for you, but some thought on that would be good. I could check the CAD. Let's see what this says. I said I was going to read this to see what info. Next, slide the blade carrier into the cutter arm and secure it using the, oh no, that's down there. Next, we'll assemble the filament cutter. Begin by installing the blade. Carefully press it into the black blade carrier using the blade installation tool. If the blade carrier is printed on a textured plate, it is recommended to sand it lightly to ensure a smooth finish. It is on a textured plate. Takes more heat than the plastic for super glue. LDO has a free giveaway for 2 Jabberwocky at 3D Printopia, right? I'm gonna do a little just smooth out the side of this because it says it should be. I'm just gonna give a little bit of filing on the textured side here just to smooth it out. There we go. Facebook and on Discord, look for the promo. Oh, okay. Facebook and on Discord. Which Discord? Okay. Next, slide the blade carrier into the cutter arm and secure it using M2 by 16 button head cap screw. M2 by 16. 2 by 16. Singular. Smooth out the path on the top and bottom extruder cutter path while you're at it. I'm talking about this. Oh, because this slides along here. That's pretty smooth. Should be able to tab side down. Should be tab side down printing. It was. It was tab side down. It just says there that if you printed it on a textured sheet to sand it a little bit to smooth it out. That's pretty smooth through there. Okay, this guy goes on to this guy in that orientation, and this goes here. We're going to grab this guy, put that on there for now. And this is gonna go something over here. So we want to make sure that this magnet opposes, right? We want to oppose. So I'm gonna put this on there and then flip it, put it on here. So those should, yep, those oppose. Not sure if blade angle up or down matters. I followed the pictures. So now with the magnet in there, this guy goes like this, and M2 or M2 by 16 goes in here. Imagine that should slide. Okay, so make sure it's polarity, opposes. At the other magnet, this may need a small dab of super glue if it seems loose. Install the 2 MR63ZZs into that part. Bearings will engage with filament once it's detected. The blade carrier can be installed last to avoid the chances of injury. It is recommended that once you have checked the fit at this stage, you can remove the blade carrier to make the rest of the blade build easier. Simply remove, set that. Next, we'll install the filament cutter. Okay, so these guys are going to go in here. This guy is going on here, but is there a screw we're putting on there? This is wiring detail. Okay. Carefully insert one wire at a time into the wiring channel to go through there. Okay. So we got this guy. This. All of these wires come through here. It's going to take part of the sitting. There we go. Okay. Start by inserting a 3x12 through the cover and lightly tightening to hold the assembly in place. This is a good time to check the alignment of the sensor pins to the two using a piece of filament. So this is an M3x12 button head. Let's get this held so I don't have to have 5 hands to do this. Hi, Nick. Okay. That screw there in place. Get a piece of filament. Let's hold all this in. I can hear that. Let's loosen this so we can actually get past. I can hear that one. It's not as obvious. Let's go this side. That is not obvious. So what is the fix if it's not triggering? Oh, there it is. When it's tightened down, I'm squeezing it here. I can hear it pretty clearly. Okay. So to whatever degree we can test that, we just did. That little nut there is kind of a pain to keep in place. See you, Scott. Okay, that's on. That's good. Let's go back here. Remember to add Loctite to the 2 motor mount screws so it doesn't come undone. Time check the alignment, listen for the clicking, then align the filament cutter and insert the M3x40 button head. No more injuries, please. Yeah. It's just fine. Okay, so this guy here, pull that off. This is going to sit here. and here, I think. M3 by 40 through here. It feels like nothing goes in the middle there, or is this just a kind of... Oops. That's gonna need some super glue on the... Let's go ahead and do that. Put that cover on there. Put a little super glue in here. Just a little bit. Just to hold it for this test assembly. Pull that off. That sticks that way. Flip it around to go to here. And hold that in place for a second. It's I did it wrong. Trying to do this without gluing all of these in place, and I'm a constant continuity checker. Personally made a rig to plug into my multimeter, test all switches, then I don't understand the reference. Let's try this again. Had it wrong anyway, so these parts aren't tight enough as I have them. Let's try some activators, see if we can get it to start. Magnets can be annoying. The bottom will slide into it. I don't get it. I don't know. This guy should go through here. There we go. I don't know what else goes on some of this, so. Oh, I think there's little clips that go on, huh? Okay, let's get this on. I exposed size of the magnet is smeared with, that's what I just cleaned up. There, tuxedo. Okay, that works pretty well. Looks pretty good. And then I need a what have we got here? One to line position extruder motor and secure it with the M3 by 45 socket head cap screw. Tightening lightly it off for final adjustment. Moving the right side, install the extruder lever lock and secure it using... Oh, that's the lever lock. Okay. So this guy is here. 45 goes through all of this into the stepper motor. I don't know what way. Which way do the wires go? Are they up or down? Just get that snug. Yeah, I like the repelling magnets too. Okay, and then the lever lock, it's this guy. It's gonna go in here, and then the M3 by 35. That tightens down. Now that that's all tightened down, I should hear this. Yeah. I can hear it just fine. Yep. It's easier to remove the arm and not lose the spring. Oh, this guy. Okay. Ah. Next, unscrew the tensioner and open the latch to access the final mounting point. Here, install an M3 by 8. Lightly tighten it. Slowly pivot the extruder motor until it makes contact with extruder gears. Gently rotate the exposed extruder gear on the left side. This will help you find the optimal contact point. You will confirm that it's too tight if you can turn the gears. Okay, so M3 by 8. Just getting there on this. Just getting this guy in here. So now this whole thing should rotate. You should be able to feel the rocking. Gear. That should be smooth all the way around. This guy. Okay. Now, was I correct? Are the wires up on here? I didn't see. I may have missed it. Was the wires up or wires down on the stepper? Did it say something here? Let's see. It didn't say. Once satisfied with the alignment, ensuring the gears are engaged without applying excessive pressure, fully tighten the 2 screws, securing the extruder motor in place. Now we can install the tool board onto the extruder, start replacing 2 and 3 by 16 knurled standoffs. Those come in the net hot board, I think. that guy. Those. And these guys. 3x16. You did wires down in the cables? Oh, there's jumpers in with those. 3 jumpers. I did wires down and the cable length was just perfect to match the tool head board. Oh. Okay. Easy enough to change. Okay, there's that. Then we have these guys going here. Hey, Tentec. Okay. And this guy. This guy is going to go on here with 3x8s. Okay, starting to look like something. I've been holding the blade here out of my way. And then the board can go on here. Put a couple more. Is there anything in the instructions about the bottom 2 mounting holes? I'm going to start a couple of screws in those. Wires up, if I recall, it's just long enough. Well, we'll find out. Wires up, wires down looks okay as well here. We'll see. Said this isn't the final install of this thing, so we'll take lessons learned here and tweak it. Okay, get all those on. This is going to go on my green V2 here with the Boxturtle. Okay. Fasten it in place. Lastly, install the upper strain relief. Upper strain relief right here. It's a little built-in support. Pull that off. And 3x12 flathead screw. Also fed the wires between the motor and the tool board mount at the top. Oh, I see. Yeah. How does this go? Oh, it does go back that way. Okay. Okay. Strain relief mounting bracket for the umbilical is shown facing the wrong way in the rendered images. No, it's correct. There's the shape of it wouldn't allow it to go the other way. Okay. Oh, we should. I am going to run a piece of filament all the way through this. Yep, it's going through just fine. It cut just fine. Wire down is what you can find in photos. Okay. Cool. It's over here. Okay, 3. You can fine tune the filament grip. The goal is to achieve a secure grip without excessive pressure. There's a loop after the strain relief. Okay, next. Lower tool head assembly. Awesome. Upper tool head assembly finished. I'll put this little thing. This will fit on here still. There we go. That he's done. Now we've got this guy. Updated print over here. I do. Updated print. Okay. This guy. Lots of supports. So this guy is a support. Out. This stuff in between here, it's a support. Those out. Clean things up. Support in there. Go. And, oh, there's one over here. That. Okay. Heat gun time, yep. Yeah. A little bit of stress stuff. Oh, I'll come over here to the heat gun. Okay. All better. Weaver board comes with all 4 holes that can be used to install into the board holder. Yes, and I did that. I did. I put the little guard on the blade too. So, looks like, so there is a revision. Let's see, begin by installing the heat certs. This one doesn't look like it's a heat set anymore. This one looks like it's one of those nuts, which is good because that's a really difficult heat set to put in. If I was doing that, if it was still there, I'd probably put a screw through here, thread this heat set on, and then push it in while heating up the heat set from the side. But that doesn't look like it's necessary anymore. This, which has some, this is the conch mount. Lots of built-in supports. Well, it turned out pretty reasonably clean. A little bit of odd bridging up here. Clean that up. Okay, other than that, it looks pretty good. So that heat set's going to be a little tough. I think we'll do the similar thing where we'll grab this, grab a heat set, thread that on partially. And then pull this through while we're heating up the heat set. Just get some pressure on that. Strain relief bends the other way. It was bonkers to me once you operate it. Heat here. Nope, apparently I didn't have that threaded in very far. Looks pretty good, needs a little bit more. Oh, screws to make sure that we got it going straight. Cauterize the cut. There we go. Okay, so, and then apparently there's probably one of these nuts that needs to go into the side of that. One spot was, instead of a heat set, Other spot on here appears to be it. Oh, what is supports? Did I break anything away that wasn't supports? Next, we'll install the LEDs that eliminate the hot end. So these are in this piece. So this piece, and I think I have the right piece, but the LDO has this really nice little carrier board. Which way should those go? Is there a screw? Okay, here, there's instructions here. So there's a click for wiring image details. There's that. All the wires look at image to the right side of the tool head, latch side. Carefully route the wires into the cable channels as the fans will be installed in front of them and space will be limited. There's a little screw hole here. Does a screw go in here to hold this? And where do those actually route? To the right side, latch side. What is latch side? I assume this is not latch side. The other side is latch side. Okay. Bundled wires. Look at image details. We're gonna go off that side, okay. But is there a little screw in here for this? This looks like it's prime for a screw, but I don't know that I see one short enough. I don't see one short enough in here to be for that. There should be a tiny screw that came with the kit. If not, it isn't completely necessary. Aha. That is the tiniest of tiny screws. M2 by 2. Not M2.5, M2. What size is this thing? Of course it's not 1.5, it's 1.27. It's a little wafer screw, and it is 1.27, not the 1.5. No ugga-duggas. Okay, so these come off this way, and I assume these will have to bend over to come off this way. Let's try something like that. Kind of screwed, and that placement is not readily available. Okay, so now these are going to go off the right side and up through there. So this whole thing, oops. Well, that's unintuitive. Did I mess that up? I think I did. Looking at this picture, that seems like it would go this way, but that doesn't go in the right direction. Seems like I have it correct to the picture there, but when this goes in here, it's taking the wires. Do they go, is that the right side? There's channels at both sides. That slides in at an angle, but there's channels on both sides. And I would call this the left side. Wiring image details. Here we go. Well, that's fan. Where are more image details? That's those. Bundle the wires to the right for installation. All the wires carefully routed, as the fans will be installed in front of them. The space will be limited. I don't know which side to send these. I don't know. It says to the right side of the tool head, latch side. Is this the latch side? I think this is the latch side, right? So that would mean that the picture is wrong, that we need to go this way, and this bends this way, right? In order to put this in here to go to the right side of the tool head. I don't know. What do you guys think? Am I anywhere on track here? That is the latch side. Okay, so the picture is wrong on the instructions. So that goes up in there, and then these will route up through this. Is this intended to be that much shorter? I got it, but the picture here is wrong then. Because I did opposite of what this picture shows. Have to go all down. I have that backwards. Okay. But it goes that. I mean, I keep bending these around and I'm going to break the freaking wires. But you want them to come out this side of the thing. But the picture on the picture is wrong then. Well, maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm getting frustrated. I've had too many things today. Oh, Jesus. This is having it. That doesn't make any freaking sense. So which side should this go up? The hinge side or the latch side? It's hinge side. No, I said latch side is and it's hinge side. Okay. So, if we go with that, then this comes in here. This goes back in here, and this comes up this side, which is hinge side. Where does that actually exit? Where does that actually exit? Because that wire is not long enough to go very far. A picture of what this LED wiring should look like when it's installed would be really, really helpful. You have the extension. What extension? I don't know what you're talking about. On the extension. Is there anything further down here of what this whole thing looks like? Final wiring arrangement. Wiring details. So this just goes straight up. Okay. What is this channel here for then? Oh, it's for stuff to come across this way and up. Okay, so these go like that. Got it. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Axial fan. Okay, so now the axial fan. So this thing goes in here. Goes down in there. Goes up and over here. Okay. Blower fans are going to end up going up in here, right? Do they go now or later? Part fan 2, part fan 1. Use the same in terms of, okay, lengths are the same. The LED connects to another connector that is the logo LED. Ah, it connects here. I see. Okay. Oh. I see. Then install the M3x25 socket head screw, which is used to latch the extruder to the lower tool head body. Then install the M3x25, which is used to latch the extruder to the lower tool head body. Where? There's no picture saying where it goes. And there's no description saying where it goes. Is that this guy here? Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about that. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't actually say where it goes. You just install it. It's okay. You put it wherever it fits. It'll be fine. For the right side, part fan 1, route the wiring internally alongside the 2510 axial fan. For the right side, parts fan 1. Route the wiring internally alongside the 2510 axial fan cables. It would be helpful if we stick with a reference, sticking with a reference, right side or hinge side, mixing up the location descriptions. Just, yeah. This guy should, here, right? There we go. Make sure everything stays in here. Okay, something isn't. I would imagine that that should line up. So what is keeping that from happening? Should that line up? Should that center? Yeah, I think it's this. I think it's this black wire that's keeping it from doing so. One problem with these, I mean, PTFE wires are really nice. They don't like to keep a shape. So getting things to behave can be a challenge. Keeping things out of the way. Yeah, I don't know that does that actually center there? I keep wanting to center it, but I'm not sure that it does. Let's check the other side. Yeah, that one centers. This one is not. There's a wire in the way somewhere. And I can't get those to not be in the way. I have no idea. These wires are infuriating. It's closer, but it's not there. How close should that be? This side is actually a little under, so they're different on both sides. Is that fully inserted? And now this doesn't hold. This doesn't. That's not held in very well. If that's just a friction fit, I advise something else. If that's just a friction fit, that's not. I mean, finally install the fan grill. This is a push fit part that clips into the 4 screw holes in the front of the 2510 fan. Put in here. Hey, Bearder Bucket. Yeah, that's not okay. That's too dependent. That is too dependent on print settings. Two LDO nut into the conch mount. 2 LDO nuts into the conch mount. Okay. 2 there. The kinds of things that I'm running into here are just frustrating. There's a certain level of nitpicky, but I'm not too much of what I've been running into here is nitpicky stuff. It's basic. Something, like I said earlier, the level of scrutiny for a product, something that's been released as a product that's for sale right now, is higher than a community project. This is a product. And the things I'm finding here are a little frustrating. Don't need those anymore either. What? This is KVP ABS. It's the dark gray here. The 3D Print Life silver is the silver. Oh, what am I supposed to do here? It says, where did I lost track. Where is the 2 LDO nuts into the conch mount? There we are. Sure, the 2 sets of wires are pulled out of the conch channel. They will route under and outside of the plastic mount. Route the wires through the V80 conch mount so it comes out through the top, and channeling leads to the right. There are alternate screws to hold the conch instead of the nuts and screws. I am a bit frustrated. This is the frustration is I'm interested in doing all these projects. I make commitments to do a project and then I find out later that they're really just not ready. It's not a product. It's not a ready for the masses thing. I'm learning more and more to vet this stuff ahead of time. I don't make it all the time. And I'm faced with that difference of be able to do it or be last to do it. And I'm leaning more and more towards being okay with being last to work on something. What are we doing here? We're supposed to be pulling one of these wires out. I don't want to be frustrated with this stuff. That's the problem. I just want to have fun. I want to enjoy the build. And when I'm thinking about what your average builder is going through on some of these projects, it's harder to enjoy the build. This is basic beta release issues. This is. Carefully slide the component into position. We're supposed to put this thing in here with a wire going through there. Glad I watched your stream on the ant head. Heard a few people struggling, but actually it's a nice build. I agree. Did you test a new mount for it? Wednesday. So anybody who still happens to be here through my frustration, we've lost 100 people, whatever. We did hit 200 likes. Wednesday, I'm going to start doing streams Wednesday evenings. I know that's not great for you, Neil. I know it's terrible for you. But the VOD will be up. The Vitali CNCX carriage for the Micron, I'm going to be installing. It there. We had a bunch of late updates and suggestions on where after beta team had cleared it all. I appreciate that, Terrence. I really do. I just want to see the effort in. I mean, as soon as these community projects become products, there's a different standard that you have to be willing to adhere to, or don't release it as a product. So exciting to have something be covered and be supported and be manufactured. But from a consumer point of view, there will be a stream on Wednesday. Yep. My intent is to stream from 4:30 to 7-ish. We'll raid into Down Under Maker's stream because he starts at 7 on Wednesdays. We might raid in a little later than 7, but not by much. It'll be kind of like the previous Tuesday streams. And mostly for me to get caught up and cover some of these things. A lot of my Sunday stream stuff are long build series, and it gets it gets hard to fit in the smaller projects. So that CNC carriage, I don't really want to tune the Micron until I install that, but I want to show installing it. that kind of stuff. Okay, let's get back to this. We need to install this. This is the orientation, and it looks like this guy goes up through here. There we go. My eye, your eye is twitching right now. On what? Am I doing something? Am I doing something wrong? Okay, let's see here. Let's go here. Carefully making sure the wires are folded neatly to the side so they can later be secured to the shroud housing with a cable tie. Secure the hot end using two M2.5 by 8 in the two lower holes of the mount. Okay. Late edition update was adding M2.5 by 8 screws to the lower portion of the conch mount. These eliminate the need to use drop-in T-nuts and top mounting screws. Oh, so you don't even need those on top? I think this folds off to the side, right? So does this go in like this? Only screws you need for the mount. So I didn't need to put those nuts on the top. Okay. That go up there. Does that do like that, or does that go up through there? No, both of those go through there. Okay. Both of those go through there. That's... Why did this one... Why was it a big deal to remove that from the channel? Why did that get removed from the channel if it's just going to go up through the same path anyway? Like that. Right? Look, the picture of the hot end wires go the same way. Yeah. Yeah, I see that now, but the up here it said, made a big deal about removing that from this groove. Why? Carefully slide the hot end. Well, up here it said, where was that? To ensure it's sitting in the back and also towards the left of the channel to ensure the instrument fan. Oh, maybe I misread it. Okay. To get the light connectors first, otherwise it won't fit through. Oh, okay. But I didn't have to, I misread it as pulling the thermistor wire out of the thing. Okay. 2.5s. M2.5 by 8s. These guys go in here. Terrence, what are plans for additional probe or hot end options? Not really. I mean, the hot end's fine. I don't mind trying different hot ends. I don't mind trying different probes either, but clicky or eddy current style are the options now. Are there fully new ones? It makes it easier to work the wires. That makes sense. Okay. That goes there, and then should I pull those out? Next, insert the pre-cut 15 millimeter. That goes in from the top. Don't wonder how we ended up using M2.5s to attach hot ends and not M3s. V81 is out. This is V81. I printed this last night. So if there was something newer than this, I know there's not. This ends up going up through here. Should get that out of the way. This guy goes in. That. Now, I said at the beginning of the stream, I know my PA is too low on these parts, so that fit there was very tight. That's all on me. So. These to go down in there a little bit, just get them controlled a little bit. Okay, and then a little piece of PTFE is going to go into the top. Saw those somewhere. There they are. Trying to get a tap version of some sort next. My own design probe. I think I saw that on your GitHub. What it's gonna go down in there. This guy slide in. Okay. Before the fan wires. That. Can't do clicky or beacon due to high strength embedded bed magnets. Oh. It's down there. Okay. Using components of it. Yeah. Okay. Now join the extruder with the lower section of the tool head. First slide that flange bearing in, which we did, over the 15 millimeter PTFE. Next, align the top and bottom halves of the tool head. Slide the lower body latches into position. Okay, so this whole thing now. So this thing, let's take the protection off. This thing should go in there. Hey, looky, we're getting there. There we go. Aha! Oh. That needs to be cleaned up. You don't have the PTFE tube? I didn't put it in the top part, did I? You don't have the PTFE tube. Well, I put it in the lower part. I put it in there. Now you can't see it, but it's down in there. Was there one up here that I should have put in? Neat. Okay. I need to figure out something with this. I know I installed it and uninstalled it. That's awfully loose. And this needs to be cleaned up. So that shouldn't stick. That should be smooth. So I'll have to figure out, I think it's around that carrier. So I might clean up some more of the part on the upper tool head there. Okay, that's there. And then we have slide the body lower latches and then final. Okay, so final wiring. So the idea here is because this pivots, we want all of our wiring to go up this side. So all of these come over here. There is a trying to push these wires down into the channel. Then did this come with any zip ties? Didn't come with any zip ties. That's not like LDO usually. They will usually include zip ties. No zip ties, yeah. Okay, so all of this has to go around here into a bundle, right? I stand corrected, or I sit corrected. Okay, I'll stand up. It did include zip ties. I did miss it. I sit corrected. I sit corrected. I knew LDO wouldn't forget zip ties. Okay, so all of these, is there any way to secure those? Because those just want to fall out of there. This guy's got to come down, plug in to here. This is the little extension we're talking about. Why didn't that load? Why? Okay, whatever. Just wanted a bigger picture of this. Where the insert part here stage consumed 20 to 30 minutes, yeah. %, Bearded Bucket, 100%. Although I was completely, I wasn't even frustrated with no zip ties. That was all just fun, or at least intended to be. Okay, so this guy is coming over here into, see how these things line up. Thermistor 0. fan 1. Right here. Part fan 1. Top. Just going to duplicate their wiring, and then we'll play around with cleaning this up on the final install whenever we get to that. This is top, goes over here. Three bags of zip ties, I'm good for a year or two. Okay, on bottom. Part fan 2. So there's a couple of zip tie mounts along here to take stuff across the bottom and keep them lined up. So that one goes there, comes down. You get zip tied there. These will go in here. Well, it's easier for me right now because I know we're not installing this on the printer today. So I'm just kind of getting an idea. The whole intent of this, of today, because I knew that I was already, I mean, honestly, I was already frustrated with realizing the first feedback I gave in the frequency of parts changes, and realizing that I had to reprint most of what I'd already done. So I had already made the decision that it wasn't getting installed today. Working together for a year, but lots of pain points and learned a lot in the process. And something for me to remember is that, like you just said, everybody, it's not like it's an extension of it's a fresh learning curve for every one of these projects. It's not like you definitely necessarily learn from what Boxturtle's done or whatever. LDO has, and I'm hoping that they're taking notes, and it sounds like it, in terms of documentation, expectations, and stuff like that. But anyway. What is this one? Oh, that's hot end. Where does that plug in? Hot end, there we are. This comes along the bottom. It plugs in here. This one plugs in. My attention to detail. Oops, this one under there. That could probably go under that other zip tie too. Just do something like that. Yeah. Clean that up a bit. Do that. Well, okay. So this really, many of these can do that same kind of. How can these go? It's been sitting there, but it's not. It goes there. Would have been good, includes on the beta for this. I feel it should have been obvious. I would absolutely love to be a part of more betas. There's just not enough bandwidth myself. I know you're not talking about me, but I'm just talking. I look at things and think, ooh, I could have influenced this way or that or whatever, but this is going to work out the way I'm expecting, but it's not too bad. getting things out of the way of this gear. Our day of Steve doesn't have feedback on a project. That's part of the joy of Steve's. Yes. Big part of the joy that I take in it. Someone said they put it up through here. If I can get to that. I had a team or all top builders. That was actually part of my problem. That is good. A good idea or point. I think I do a pretty good job of recognizing the, that's not long enough to do that. It's a little janky. So, not. But what I can probably do something like that. Not too bad for some quick getting things out of the way. That needs to be fixed, but that's more probably in my cleanup of the parts. Well, let's check something. This should just be a matter of pulling this screw, right? Woohoo. Okay, so I think try doing some cleaning up on the sides here. So I think oh. Just some light cleanup there. Some light cleanup there. clean up all around here. Looking at this, there's a little spot where the bridge for the support, probably use just a little trim right there. Let's see how that did. So this should go right in between there. This threads right back into there. Yep, that was all it was. Should be completely free. It's done. I'll figure that out. I would like to know, is that adequately inserted there? I don't know. It's hard to tell if I have a wire in the way. That one inserts further. So is that just a model issue? Or right into my stream after this 1 day stream? Yep. Today and organized. I feel like I was more frustrated than I probably should have been today, but hopefully it's taken. It sounds like Terrence is taking it with the intent, because there is, I really appreciate when people recognize intent rather than, and can see through the frustration and see the intent. So Hendrik, I'm gonna see you in 6 days. Yes, I will see you there. Thanks for hanging out. What is this for? Is this another part of it? What were those for? I don't remember those coming up. That's in the parts here. I'm excited for 3D Printopia 2. No longer needed? Okay. That might be a good note somewhere. You get a kit. These are the deprecated parts. You all are probably expecting me to sign off at this point, and you are welcome to, but I think I am going to take a few minutes and try to see what's going on with the Boxturtle. I want to see what's going on with the Boxturtle. So let's take a few minutes and do that. I'm going to put a cap on this of about maybe 30 minutes or so. This is theoretically a batch 2 kit, but whatever. I'm going to take the Boxturtle off. It's barely been 5 hours. I know. All of this is still all heated up and stuff, right? Let's eject. Oop. Oh, I meant to go here. We had a theory you had some broken off filament between the spool and the hub. No, I don't think so. I think it's a problem with the feeder, and we're gonna take it apart and see if there's any like grub screw or something loose. So nice thing is all these controls here, I can just do these all right here. Eject. So the intent will be to evaluate the my time and the state of the project over the next couple of weeks. I have 3D Printopia coming in next weekend. And depending on if I'm ready for the next project or if whatever, we'll either install this when I get back from 3D Printopia, or it'll get installed on a Wednesday stream or something at some point. So. Okay, so that is all there. Let's go back here. It's probably all still heated up. Yep, it is. It's sitting there cooking. Cancel the print. So we'll let all of this. Let's see what, oh. A little bit of pink around the edges, but other than that, it was looking good. Mine refusing to load the other week, never figured out why. I took it apart, found nothing, put it together, and worked again. May not be. Yeah, I don't think Terrence is live. A little bit behind, but that's okay. Yeah. This seems to work. This is a fidget toy now. Fidget toy now. Tuning the amount of purge is a trick I have not perfected. Yeah, I know. Especially going from that red, to whatever is. Maybe test the filament cutter. Oh, we did that. I hit. Yeah. It's got. I think we can do that. Oop. We get this guy in here and push this through. There we go. Push that through to the end. Okay, it's all the way in. I'm going to back it out a little bit. And then actually there's that. This all put back in here. If we open it up. I've now got white filament down on my tool. It should. Yep. Let's see if it'll. Nope, I'm just gonna have white filament in there. I'll have to purge. We did. I did it before I assembled the top. Okay, this is cooling down. Quite a bit of purge on that. It just wasn't here. It just wasn't purging enough between the red and white. Yeah, thank you for being here, Terrence. I do appreciate it. Almost at the point where I can shut that off and bring it over here. You know what's really frustrating about, maybe someone can help me. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. But what's really frustrating about Prusa Slicer and the purge is if I pick the same filament profile. So here I picked KVP for every one. I can't pick a different purge amount for one of the transitions. It changes it for all of them. I have to then save a different filament profile so I can have a different purge. Because I should be able to say there's more purge on that transition, but it won't let me do it if the filament profile is the same. That's looking fine. All cleaned up. You can customize for the print. I didn't see that. As soon as I tried to change the purge amount, it wanted it to be in a different, it wanted us to change it for all of them. If I use the same, if I, like this KVP ABS, if I did KVP ABS for all of them, that's what it wanted. Okay, this is good enough. I'm gonna shut this down. And we'll pull this off and see what's going on. There. It's not in filament profiles? Okay. Okay, so I was missing something. Okay, let's pull this thing off. This was, lane 1 is the one I was having trouble with. So let's just loosen this up and see what's going on in here. The guess is that grub screw is loose. We got quite a bit of filament debris in here too, which is indicator of it having ground. So Thunder Keys, Robert, whoever is around, what is the best way to set tension on these? Just clean off some of that. There's a bit of filament in there. Yep. Just little bits. Just little grounds. Grinding. Let's see. Put this around until we get to the grub screw. Oh, that's tight. This is all just filament scraps in there. See you, Ivan. Good night. Black is what we were using. Let me pull this door all the way off. Then I can I pull it off here? There we go. Oh, what was that? Oh, the pin. That's right. The loose pin. Both of them are loose. Whatever. Okay. Now I can get in here pull the PTFE off both sides and run some filament through to make sure no filament's in the path. I will do that. I did do that though during during testing. I did throw, so here, this is now going through here. And what was it? Number 3, I was having trouble with those are all triggering fine. I don't know what was going on there. This is going through and it's going to stick out the back here. There we go. So that's fine. It's at least through lane 1, it's fine. Can go through. Let's just check all of these. It's not ground as much. That's fine. All the way through, right? We'll just check all of them. Is this an adequate filament path test? Adequate filament path test? Like floss. Okay, so that is fine. That's tight. So what is keeping this from? Right, this, I pushed it out a bunch of grinding that would have clogged the extruder. What feels like is when, oh, you know what, that's, I bet you that's it right there. I bet you that's it. Is this guy? This limits the amount that it can be compressed. So me tightening it wasn't making any difference. So I bet you it's the adjustment of these screws here. Where should these be? Let's just thread those in just a little bit more. I'm doing them all the same. Oh, that's probably, I bet you that's it right there. Is it? I couldn't, and no matter how much I was tightening it, it wasn't making a difference. And that was the symptom I had. Put this through here. This is, there we go. Huh? Yeah, I think the problem is this adjustment screw. Hey, Kyle. I think the problem was this adjustment screw. I was tightening the tension, but it didn't make any difference. That screw is the actual, yeah, now it's gripping good. The anti-squish screw. Yep. I think that is probably the core issue. Crush limiter. I did mine, I ran filament through it and loosened the anti-squish screw until it stopped grinding. Did the other 3, those gave me a bunch of trouble. Did wonder if the extruder gears could use bearings on the shafts to set the separation. Didn't like how you can compress the gears together. That's the idea behind this anti-squish screws, so you can't compress your drive gears together too much. Just seeing if they feel about the same. Extruder's another one of those being reworked for 1.1 things. Cool. Extruder just sets the separation. Didn't loosen them up a bit more than I would normally set them. Any air I had would instantly grind the filament to useless if anything went wrong. Okay, let's try it. Let's see if that was the problem, huh? This thing back on here. And see where I was missing the oops. Okay, plug back in, plug in the power, and get it back going. Okay, let's clean off the bed. More of a precise way of setting those two screws till it feels right is kind of a pain. Mm-hmm. I agree. Okay, it is clean. Second here, I'll Bob to show me what I'm doing wrong on Prusa Slicer. Okay, black. Yep, and before I could pull that back through. Red was next, right? Let's see. Black, red. Gets pulled. Gray or silver. The same problem I had when we first built this was tension on that screw. And white. Okay. So let's go here. So where do I go, Mr. Carnes? Black to red seem fine, and the to white seems fine, whatever to white. Just that red to silver. And is there a... If I edit the preset, it just takes me here and lets me go, and then the minimal purge. Did you send me a message? No. Purging volumes next to infill percent. Oh. Well now. I would prefer top of screw millimeters above the surface, at least as a starting point. Purging volumes button. So the project uses a single extruder multi-material. The volume material used for purging can be configured here. So this is from to, so from red, so right here, and this is a set values from configuration. What is that? What does that mean right there? All values. So do I have to set all of these new? So if that was 200 wasn't enough, maybe 250 will be enough for that. But do I, at 0, does the rest of them? So this is red to silver, probably red to white. We'd need the same. Set from. I clicked that. I clicked that over and over and it doesn't do anything. It's getting 0 somewhere. Okay. So so from black to red, everything else seemed to be okay. 200. Which version of Prusa Slicer? There were 2 new updates in the last couple of weeks. This is 293. So that's what I had before. So all of that was 200. Now I'm increasing the ones from red to another color. Maybe we go black to a little more. Okay, now we slice it and see how big this, yeah, it got bigger. There's not all Bob knows and understands all this stuff. Just brings it out in the blink of an eye. Well, Bob does too there, Silverback. It is. It's experience. Okay. Yeah. I forgot to get the printer preheating. Back. Fredo's gonna miss saying goodnight. Well, this is bonus time. This is working on the Boxturtle now. So we have a successful Jabberwocky build. I gotta say it looks a whole lot better in gray and silver than orange and blue. So but I think I am going to play with some of my printed parts and stuff before we do an actual install of this. I'd really like to get my Revo, the PZ washer or whatever. I don't mind using the conch here either, but as long as I could use the Revo or the PZ washer for the probing. But I'd be willing to try the Terrence's custom. Here, I'll show you. I think this is what he was talking about. While that's heating up, we go here. There is a Jabberwocky probe, which looks interesting. A little setup here. So I don't know much about this and if it's ready for it, but this looks interesting if it's all if it's all deployable. I'd be down to try this. I've had a long time. I've had the ideas of using some sort of implement to move one of these switches in and out of place. So seeing some designs like that are fun to play with. It's up to temperature. I usually like to let them soak a little longer, but let's go ahead and do the things. And then QGL. You can kind of see it in the camera. It's like a clicky probe without the need for loading and docking. Yeah, that was the thing that looked interesting. What do we got? 5.5 hours. Wow. Repeat. Retries. There you go. I'm gonna have to check the screws on the bed. Make sure everything's tight. Make sure everything. Well, and I did start about 5 minutes late, so we got a little bit. Good night, Neil. Have a good one. We're just gonna get this started and see a filament change, and if it finishes successfully, I'll post some pictures. I think it was the anti-squish screws on the filament feeders, Patrick. I think they were not screwed in far enough. They were not allowing me to get I couldn't adjust. It didn't matter how much I adjusted the tension. Sanity, welcome. I'm gonna see you in about 3 weeks, huh? I am gonna see you at Vice, right, Sanity? Okay. Let's do it again. So usually, PZ Probe is actually really good at letting me know when the printers are having problems. Because when you have stuff like this, where it's doing excessive retries, it's usually a matter of something's loosened up. And considering this took the trip to Orange County and back in that stiff riding trailer, it's not a surprise. So. I'll have to go through the whole thing. Also, Bill, the thing I need to remember next time is not to set these printers directly on those aluminum floors of the trailers, because it's hard to clean off that aluminum residue from the feet. I keep having to clean my benches where I set these printers because it's coming off. And even after trying to clean it from them, it still does it. So I need to remember to set stuff down to put the printers on. There we go. The other thing that could be from is it's still warming up. So it's actively changing, thermally changing while it's probing, so it gets different values. Yeah, cardboard or something, whatever, some kind of barrier. Okay, time to send the print. Send and upload and print. .4 is always taking half a dozen tries at probing. Well, that's not right, Bill. We gotta fix that. Do. Red nozzle LED color needs changing. Well, I need to put the oh, good call though. Let's do this. There. Should turn white. I need to get the print start macro going, which automatically goes through and changes all of the LEDs per function. Oh, we can do this as well. It might overblow it, but 0, what is probing? Exactly. I'm looking forward to Wednesday's stream because I'm waiting for that carriage to be installed before I really tune it. So Lights are on now. Lights aren't very on though. That is awful. It is way high. Why is it way high? Well, that's not going to succeed. Hey, Max. I think it's way high because it was not properly heat soaked, and I probably didn't properly clean the nozzle, so we ended up with some smudge on the nozzle, which artificially raised the first layer height. So let's clean that off, pull this off. And now that it's purged to the black anyway, we should have a better go of it. It's gonna wait until it cools down though. Yeah, it sat there and cooked the silver. Here, look at this. That was the silver sitting in the hot end because it sat there at 260 for all of the stream. I would have thought it would print the base of the purge block first too, Keith. I'm not sure why it's not. I'm not sure why it's not. I know it does it for the next color, but it should do it for at the beginning. Oh yeah, it's waiting to go. It's going down to 150 degrees before it probes. Okay, let's do a QGL again. Just make sure we're all good. It might be different for Orca Slicer. Okay. Home it again. How's the build going? Well, this guy did finish. We got it. It works. It's wired. It's neat. we'll install it sometime in the future. Okay, reprint. Yeah, we'll figure it out, Tuxedo. I don't have my brain wrapped around it either. What about 500 Excel? Okay, black is already loaded, it's purged. It's gonna go back and well, it's gonna heat up, then it's gonna go scrub. Ugh. Oh, I thought it was going to scrub first. Why didn't it scrub first? Didn't it scrub first last time? We had some fun in Neo's stream last night. Our printer was falling apart while printing and he crushed a mouse with a vise. Ouch. This is looking good though. So that was the problem, is I just had a offset wrong. Stressometer at 7.8. I don't know if it was 7.8, maybe 6.8. How frustrated we've seen you. You're pretty chill. I try to be. I can get pretty frustrated. But we need to enjoy the build, right? Need to enjoy the build. I saw that too, Bob. They should be called hamsters. I like it. Enjoy the build. I need to get some merch. Enjoy the build merch. This plate is not Akash. And I'm not actually, my initial impressions of the newest ones they're selling is not as positive as this one. This one's worked pretty darn well. The newest ones, I just got some. Sanity brought some to me that I purchased from them. You can't buy them in the US, so Sanity bought them for me, through me, or I bought them through Sanity. And I need some more time on them, but initial impressions isn't super positive. I thought they weren't available in the US now. I thought that's why I had to get it through you, so you could bring it here. And not your problem, not your fault. But it is definitely a different plate. So you see the one there. It is definitely a different coating. This is the new ones. Here, see? Very, very different. This is a brand new one. I'll spend some more time on it. That's just initial impressions. Okay, we should be getting yep, there we go. I'm probably not too far from due to freshen that blade in this one. Goes. Is it gonna search for focus? Yeah, it's searching for focus. Let's bring it over here. See if that helps. What are we, while we're doing that, what are we? Let's go. While we're here, let me set up a raid over to someone. Where is that? Customization, redirect. Who's out there? You get to see Tim having trouble with Jabberwocky. I shouldn't say that. You should get to see Tim going through the Jabberwocky assembly process. So when we're done here, we'll raid over. I think he starts in 10 minutes-ish. Raid over to DeWitt 3D. So be sure to say hi. We say hi from Steve Builds. For next weekend is will BTT finally dropped into EBB. Oh, I did. Richard reached out to me, just catching up, but we'll see them at 3D Printopia. What depressor are you going to use with your Jabberwocky? Depressor? What do you mean? I think I got depressored enough today. I don't need more depressored. To trigger the arm. I do need to adjust the nozzle scrubber here. The piece that triggers the cutting. I thought it was the XY joint. What are we at? That doesn't seem like a lot. It didn't purge enough, and it doesn't seem like it purged any more than the other two purged. Well, I shouldn't say that, because black to red was the same purge amount. So black to red could be the same as red to silver. But I don't think it's enough still. I don't think it's enough still. I can see a hint of pink in there. Good sandwich. You're so right there, Tuxedo. There's a certain level of hangry involved. I guarantee it. Let's pull that off. This is going to be white. I'll have to watch the next. Considering when I start my streams, shooting for 2 hours, you know how I personally can go more than that. Anger leads to psychoglycemic. That white does look good, but it's silver to white. Look at the silver next to it and you might be able to get a glint of pink. Okay. We are at nearly this. Well, no, let's go another 5 minutes and then we'll raid over into Tim. Let's go another 5 minutes. So remember, no stream next weekend. I'll be at 3D Printopia. I'm not planning on streaming from there. Then the following weekend, Saturday, I'll be at Rockland Maker Fair. So if anybody is in the Sacramento area, that's a fun little, it's free. If you have time, there's no reason not to go. And it's getting slightly bigger every year. So I'll be out there. It's like 10 to 3. There's not a lot of time. I was going to do a booth out there, but it just got to be too much to deal with. So maybe next year. So when I come back, so that's the 4th. On the 5th, it'll depend, what we're doing will depend on where we're at with other projects. We could do Jabberwocky. We'll see where that goes. See what probing solution is available. Or we might start on Stealth Changer or Mad Max. We'll see. I'm determined to attend every single maker event. It is a little ridiculous, isn't it? Then Vice the next weekend. And then Form Next in November. Then Smurf in March. Wednesday's streams start on the 24th. In 3 days. But it's easy, Bill. It's easy because I'm just putting an X carriage on Micron on Wednesday. X carriage on Micron, the Vitali X carriage. It is a pretty neat little piece of kit. Yeah. And I wanted to do some kind of content with this. I mean, Vitali sent this to me. He didn't ask if I would do it on stream. I could have just installed it and talked about it, but I want to do it and I want to get that printer going. So, but I don't want to tune it twice. You realize you can't make Rocky Mountain? It's the same weekend as a conference you have to go to for work? Well, that's a bummer, Wally. Can't miss Smurf. Nope. Not missing Smurf. I'm hoping April and I'll do it as a vacation. We'll go there and then go up into Scotland and Ireland or something as part of the trip. What are we on? Black? Yeah. Hopefully this finishes. I wonder if the reason that this started failing, so it was working so well for so long. I mean, I printed at Rocky Mountain Maker chips there. I wonder if it's just accumulation of debris in the extruder teeth that eventually got to the point where the tension it did have wasn't enough to reliably push the filament. That's why it worked, because those hadn't changed. There's some, they were not loose, so they didn't vibrate loose or anything. So huge issue on my old Ender 3. I had to clean the gears on that regularly. The U-Haul trailer ends all printers. So I rented the 6x12 for the next trip, Max. So we'll get an idea on which one will work best for Rocky Mountain next year. So 6x12 for Portland. It's already reserved. That one has the built-in trailer brake. So we'll definitely have room for all the printers. Who is going to Vice? So here, the last question of the night before we raid over. Who's going to Vice? And I'm not taking as many printers as I normally take. Are there any particular of my printers people would like me to take? Is there anything of my Voron collection that someone particularly wants to see? Those are looking good. I think I need to raise that brush a little more so it's a little more aggressive. So if anybody is going to Vice and has a particular suggestion for something to bring, post it in the Voron Discord Vice event channel. Tag me and say, hey, I want to see Tridex, or I want to see the gray Trident. Phoenix, of course, is going. Phoenix is going for sure. So. Medical bills, can't wait for Turf, though. What is Turf? Oh, is that Texas Rip Rap Festival? Trimax. It won't be by then, Joey. It won't be Trimax yet. We could rebuild Tribent. I'm looking at Tribent's frame right there. I do need to work on that. Okay, with that, thank you everyone. Thanks for putting up with frustrations today. I do appreciate it. I'm glad that the intent is heard. We will see you on Wednesday, hopefully. Thanks to Polymaker for the filament giveaway, and thanks to LDO for providing the Jabberwocky and the Boxturtle enclosure. Thanks for the gifted memberships and donations. With that, we are going to send you off to DeWitt3D, Tim, and hope to see you Wednesday. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.